Welcome everyone to the Esports Fight Club Ultimate Warrior Showdown Season 2, where of course we're joining back into the fray. Of course, thanks to our sponsors, PUBG Mobile and Tencent Games, and also a big shout out, nevertheless, to our official broadcasting partners, Hoya and Nemo TV. My name is HighlandWolf, and I'm joined on the desk here as well by the wonderful, the beautiful Secci, and we're going to be your casters for today and for the future of this event as well. And tell you something, Secci, it is looking pretty hype. The best of the best, the top 16 teams in Asia, they're competing now for the ultimate prize pool. How are you feeling?
I'm super pumped to be here. We're going to see so much action, especially with the map order and a lot that we've got coming up. We'll obviously go through that in just a moment, but yeah, it's going to be an insane night of action. So yeah, I'm super excited to be here and see what the teams can do.
And of course, talking about team order as well here. And speaking of this best of the best teams, we had to start through and tell you exactly who will be playing across the next 3 days of the tournament. And we start off with, of course, no less than RSG, Bigatron Red Aliens, Demigod Incognito, Eagle Esports, XR Blood Legion, PN Crew, Star Wars Freestyle, and also Lit Esports.
Yeah, we'll also have Chongya Bao, we'll have Declun Gaming, FAZE Clan, the Infinity, Join Me Yellow, we've got DRS, and we've got 7C Esports, and of course Orange Esports as well, which, yeah, a lot of top teams there.
Names.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and as we say, it is, of course, top 16 ranking teams all across Asia are going to be competing in the tournament over the next 12 games across the next 3 days of competition. But it is not just for the glory here, of course, of getting to be the best out of everyone in the Asia region, but also trying to fight for a share of that massive $90,000 prize pool.
So we'll hold on. We'll have a quick look. We've got the point system happening at the second Senate, so it's obviously 15 points for the win. But today's matches, we'll throw this one back to you.
Yeah, of course, nevertheless. It is going to be Sanhok for first match. Miramar, Erangel, and Sanhok to closers off here, Secci, and everyone watching at home. And tell you something, Sanhok, 2 games of that today. This is going to be really exciting because, nevertheless, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath for sure when you bring in the jungle, the rumble with all of these Asian aggression.
It is. It's we're going to see a lot of teams dropping on each other early on, but prize pool is looking pretty healthy as well.
Indeed, the prize pool. Look at that. I mean, $27,000 for that first place prize. And don't forget, of course, here, Secci, the $500 per chicken dinner winner. And definitely that's going to change up how these teams play, you can imagine, right?
Definitely. It's obviously, you're going to see a lot of teams that are vying for that chicken dinner rather than necessarily going for the aggressive kill points somewhat, just to be able to get that cash in the bag.
Nevertheless, of course, it is going to be these teams joining back up into the 4 matches today that we have, vying, as we say, for our 27,000 prize pool. But also, you at home can also get your own gifts throughout the tournament, and you can be able to scan that QR code that you can see on your link and get into the link, sign up on the forum, and you can enter into our giveaway for sponsored, nevertheless, by the Esports Fight Club. And keep in mind, though, this giveaway is only available, unfortunately, to the Southeast Asian region. So it is open to countries from Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, and Cambodia only. But we'll make sure in the future we open it up to even more of you guys at home to grab your chance at some prizes yourself. But looking at prizes and looking at teams here, Secci, I think we need to also hone in on some of the favorites. And I think the big favorite coming into this tournament is no less than Infinity. I mean, dominating through the SEA final, definitely looking like a scary team.
Definitely. Obviously, they had a 50 odd point win lead over everyone else, obviously, in the Southeast Asia finals, essentially, for PUBGM. So that's a huge lead over a lot of these teams that are here. We do have probably what, six to eight teams that are from that region, so they definitely have played against each other. Obviously, we've got a lot of other teams as well that are coming from South Asia, so we'll see a bit of a clash happening between some of these teams, I think, as they've never really gone against each other in the early
Yeah,
stages.
indeed. And yeah. And I think as well from the aggression as well that Infinity do bring to the table, right? Definitely a very aggressive team and consistent as well. Keep in mind it back in the SEA Championship, they got, what was it, 4 chicken dinners just out of those 15, 16 games that they did play. And even when you look towards, I think, as well, the aggressiveness and the aggressive tendencies of these teams, you also have to look at the likes of FaZe Clan here as well. And FaZe Clan, they went through the Thailand PMPL, they got to the finals, but also they're, as we know, a very insanely aggressive team. And going up against Infinity, they are also looking like one of the big dogs in this tournament.
Yeah, I guess they had a fair tough time when it comes to the PMPL SEA Championship, but they have shown that they have been able to beat Infinity before in the Thailand PMPL final. So I still think they're a contender, even though they have had a rough time as of late, sort of thing. I think they'll have a point to prove after the PMPL finals.
Yeah, indeed. And not only, I think, do we look at FaZe Clan, but also the likes of PEL teams. And you can't exclude the fact of TJB, DK Gaming joining in as well, 2 Chinese representatives. And also, speaking of aggression, I think if any region is aggressive, it is, of course, nevertheless that Chinese region.
It is for sure. Obviously, we've got TJB from there. That's going to be Tongji Bao. Obviously, they won the Peacekeeper Elite League Season 2. They did it, obviously, having to be very aggressive as well. The point system's a little bit different when it comes to the PEL. They definitely value kills more than placings. The placings is down to 12 points for the win. Obviously, in the early stages, if you can get kills as well, it's 2 points. So I'm expecting to see those guys probably not necessarily adapting, but probably going aggressive early on and seeing what they can do on that sort of thing, which is going to be definitely really interesting. I think coming up against some of these teams that won't really have played that strat at all.
Right, indeed. And I think, yeah.
No, you're right, go for it.
Yeah. I was going to say that also you have to think about that aggressiveness coming into like the FaZe Clan Infinity also being aggressive teams, right? They're maybe looking at some of these other teams joining up into the tournament as well. Perhaps that is also something that they need to be able to adapt to, right?
For sure. I think obviously the teams that can really adapt to all the different play styles, I think today is going to be an absolute bloodbath, as you said earlier, with teams essentially sussing each other out and seeing how all the teams basically do play. It's it's going to be a lot of unknowns for these guys coming into this tournament. But I think after day one, we'll start to see it mellow out a little bit, and some of the teams will really start to find their place and move forward from that. But I think we're going to see a real mix-up when it comes to the leaderboards today. And obviously, we had Dakun Gaming. They were from the PEL as well. Obviously, they come second. They weren't that far behind TJB, so I feel like they're going to be a very, very big contender as well as we go through the day.
Dakun Gaming definitely going to be a very scary team indeed. Nevertheless, TJB, I think, also one of the big favorites to be able to win out on that tournament. But when we look at also some of the more wild card teams and looking at how they've been performing through the recent months in the Asian region, definitely what stands out to me is the likes of actually the team of JM Yellow. And JM Yellow actually coming in as one of these more wildcard teams, one of these more unknown teams. However, definitely also bring to that table a lot of good gun skills, a lot of team fighting prowess. And as we said, it is about adapting, nevertheless, to if they can be as aggressive with the likes of Infinity, if they can hold up to the best, because that is the question, Secci, of course, right? Where can they actually be able to hold up their own when you do have these hard-hitting teams around them?
For sure, obviously, I think we're going to see a lot of the teams that do get aggressive in the early stages. I feel like they will take an early start on the leaderboard and get right up there in the early stages, and then it'll come down to whether they can sort of hold that lead as we go into day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, indeed. And around also day 2 and day 3, keep in mind that this is also only a 3-day tournament. So the time for adaptiveness isn't very big. So whatever teams are looking to try play in terms of their play style, maybe it might be better in some sense, of course, to stick with their style in some form or some shape. Because, as we say, it is only going to be 12 games to play. And keep in mind, if you start changing your style here a second, you start changing the way you play, you have a few bad games here, bad game there, you're starting to lose out on a serious amount of percentage of points overall in the tournament because there is only so many games that these teams are playing.
For sure, such a short format does really make it difficult to adapt. I guess it's really going to be the teams that can really adapt on the fly as the game goes on. Each individual game is definitely really going to matter um, when it comes down to it, is in being able to adapt to where the zone shifts are going, and obviously the playstyles that these teams are going to pull out today.
And of course, when we do look at those teams as well, other, I think, big team that we do have to note, and the team that did end up going smashing through the vote percentage in the chats as well, but who was the favorite to win it all, Bigatron Red Aliens, nevertheless. I mean, multi-time world champion, but I think struggling a little bit when it comes to this year overall in the tournament standings. Yes, they are still on the top of their form when it comes to their own country of Indonesia, but when it comes to the whole picture of Asia, they have been down on that leaderboard. They haven't been at the top like those Infinities, like the FaZe clans, like the Chinese teams. And they do need to, I think, in a way, prove themselves that, yes, you can be the best in your own country, but being the best out of the best of every country in your region is another story.
Definitely is. I'm really hoping that we do see a bit of a comeback today coming out from those guys. Obviously, we haven't seen them too much as of late. They haven't, as far as I can tell, that they haven't been participating in a lot of tournaments anyway. So who knows? Maybe they'll come back with a vengeance today. That's definitely going to be someone that we'll be keeping a close eye on.
Definitely big red, Bigatron Red Aliens is going to be one of the bigger teams to be able to look at on. And I think also another one of those wildcard teams joining up against JM Yellow, as we've already previously mentioned. I would argue Demigod, definitely one of these teams that definitely we should be looking at and should be looking at how they'll perform. Now, Demigod, they have, I think, felt the pressure of the big league tournaments before, and they have been not on the greatest scores. However, when they get to these late game stages, when Demigod are able to perform well, we actually do show up with good performances. So the more I think what we're looking at for these wildcard teams is that consistency. Am I right here? Where you look for the likes of Demigod, where you look for GM Yellow to, in a way, maybe show off their own playstyle, maybe force some of these teams to adapt to their own playstyle as well.
Yeah, well, I guess with Demigod, it's going to be really interesting. They're sort of a fairly unknown team, and yeah, I've seen some great gameplay coming out from those guys. So I think consistency, if they can get that consistency going, they'll be definitely in with a shot. But now's the time to head to game number one. So let's check out the flight path for game one.
Yeah, indeed, that flight path going to be jumping straight over on in. And when it looks towards that plane path here, it will be going down from that north to the south side. So it is going to be fairly open for these teams, especially considering it's Sanhok. You can pretty much jump wherever you like to go on that plane path. The only minor regions it will be out of play, perhaps the edges of Camp Alpha initially, slight edges of Tambang, but nevertheless teams going to have their own comfort spots. And that's something really important going into Sanhok, especially as the first match, because the comfortability of a team is going to set them up to not feel so much pressure, to not feel so much need to move early on, to have to fight against a team that you don't wish to fight against. And a lot of these teams are going to, as a result, have their own compound, and we could see a slightly slower game for now in Sanhok. Don't expect to see too many high kill percentages coming out on the early stages because of the fact that teams maybe not willing to go for the high kills early on and risk getting taken out early. But nevertheless, it was Blood Legion to strike first blood. And Blood Legion, one of these teams here that we really did question coming in and their ability, one of those dark horse teams, but they do seem to be striking up the pressure for now.
Yeah, obviously they performed really well when they were in their own PMCO region. I think when they sort of made it to PMPL, they probably struggled a little bit. But they're off to a flying start, obviously getting that first blood, so it's going to be something to see anyway. Well, who else we got? So we've got DKG in front, RSG as well, Rex cruising around. I think one of the things to note, though, we had DRS. They were dropping right next to BTR, so I think that might be a pressure cooker situation. We might see a little bit of action early on if DRS decide to get in front of BTR. DRS, they can be fairly aggressive, so let's see what happens with those guys.
Definitely RSG as well, going to be one of those high teams that we do look at. Overall, did have a good performance when it comes to their own PMCOs, their own PMPLs at the top of their own region. And I think RSG, they are one of these few teams, these number of teams, should I say, that do have the advantage over the few, because keep in mind, there is a few of these teams in the lobby that they're only coming in with 3 players, and that's quite bad, actually, when it comes to the third game, because we said there are only 12 games that these teams can play, and when you don't have the players on hand for this first match, set you up on already a losing path, and they're going to have to be able to redeem themselves when it comes to picking up those points early on, when it makes a little bit of riskier early game team fights because you are already at a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I can see we've got DRS. They have sort of pushed away a little bit from BTR, so don't necessarily expect that fight to happen, but we've got some a team that has decided they do want to drop hot on this one. That's going to be FAZE. Obviously, there's no one at boot camp, so they're going to be the Kings of Boot Camp for game number 1. It's going to be obviously a great place to rotate out of as well, depending on where the next phase of the match does sort of take us. That's not going to be too far off either. So that's when the time to move is going to happen.
What a great thing for FAZE, right? When you drop into boot camp, no one jumps inside the compound with you. You can actually just freely rotate your way up a little bit towards that northeastern side, get your way in towards the center of zone, make your way possibly towards Paradise Resort as that next major compound, going into the center of zone. And I think for FAZE, it will be a fairly simple game, just a simple rotation round along the edge of the zone should be what they go for overall. Maybe decide to go along the coastal line, catch out a few of those teams as well. Nevertheless, rotating maybe in from the southwest to the northwest and back into the main circle as well. And I think that could be one of the ways if they go about it. But FAZE definitely also going to need to hold on to getting the kills for now, because it is rest. It is actually Eagle who are going to be striking as well, striking one down against them.
So Eagle, unfortunately, they did just lose that con to one of the Infinity players, so forced to take this fight early on up towards the cow area. And what is it? It does look like it's roughly in that area. So they will be entering the later stages with just 3 players, if they can manage to get away from Infinity here. But it does look like Infinity, they pretty much got them isolated. They do want to take this fight. They want to get these early kill points on the board. It was God Tunny that managed to grab that kill early on. So how's he going to fare with the match MVPs? I think that's going to be... Have you got any predictions of who you think might get up there?
Well, when we look at match MVPs, right, we do have to look, of course, at Infinity. But Infinity here, they do look like they could be in a little bit of a tricky position, because though Infinity, they do pin 1-for-1, look at actually the way the Eagle Esports are coming around. They've got that 1-2 split. They're going to possibly actually pinch in around Newsy, so it is a little bit risky for them to stay in this position. And that's why you don't see them moving, not making those sound cues obvious to where their position is at. Looking for that surprise. Eagle, those two possibly back up to the single, but the shots come out.
We're going to have obviously some tree fights coming out from Newsies. They do try to hold the Eagles Esports back. That flank is really now starting to come out from the other Eagles Esports player back on that hill, but unfortunately, if they do keep rotating that direction, it could be very problematic as they're about to run into 2 players of Infinity Esports. So it does look like Newsy is going to be laying in wait. He's just holding position at the moment. He's got that support from the rest of his team. Does manage to get one. He's going to get Chopper, and he clutches. He does manage to finish off Eagle Esports. They'll be eliminating 16th position. unfortunately not managed to secure any points in this match. So that is definitely a tough start for Eagle. So looks like
Eagle, they got wiped out. One player, then they lost the rest. Got a feel for them. Bad start first game. Come back into the next game. Erangel looking strong, possibly stronger, of course, because you can only go up from here, at least for Eagle. That's positive that we have to look at. But when we do look towards actually that zone in that shift in phase 2, going to be a very much a central shift in that phase number 2 phase, as we said, rotating towards the center of that circle itself. But phase as well might actually catch themselves in a tricky position. Yes, they have the high ground here, but around them, a lot of these teams are starting to circle in. You do have the likes of DRS on one side, you have TJB as well, and the compounds below. So depending if his circle does hard shift in a certain direction, TJB might actually find himself a struggle rotating down off that hill if need be later on.
Definitely, with that center zone getting so congested, it's really going to be interesting to see how that does play out. But obviously we've got Orange now going up against BTR. Pov is currently down. Nate's starting to fly forward from BTR. Will they hit the mark though? It does look like it did overshoot just a little bit too much. Luxy now obviously trying to spot out Sunseed. Doesn't manage to do it. Looks like they're actually opting for SMGs as well, as he's got this Tommy gun in hand. He does have the full 50 round drum mag. But Orange looking to hold back for the time being. They're just trying to do a little bit of an overwatch at the moment on these guys, and hoping to that BTR do sort of overexpose themselves as they push to hunt and get those kills.
Indeed, BTR, they've already found a little bit of pressure on their own positioning, but yes, it is nevertheless over the hill. Still, the enemy's lying in wait. And when you do think about BTR's positioning here, I like that they do have one of those off-angle players. They are looking potentially behind them as well for that third party. Orange, they surely do lose one of their knock players for now. However, make it back to a two-man squad. And Orange, I think now the call for them is realistically to retreat here, because look behind them. There's still teams coming in potentially as that third party. And Orange, they found themselves in a rock and hard place in between as a third party.
It is. It's now just down to Sun as they get cleaned up from behind as they push into Stalwart on the backside. We haven't really had a chance to talk about those guys as yet, so I'm sure we're going to get to see a lot more of them though as we do continue to move forward. But unfortunately, Sun does get caught out, and it's going to be running directly into the hands of Malik from Stalwart. So that's going to be those guys eliminated, I believe. Orange Esports in 15th position. So we'll still
Orange, unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess will Stalwart look to push into BTR to continue to try and secure a few more kills, or will they? Do you think they'll be happy with the couple of kills that they did manage to score out of that one?
For Stalwart, I would say that they do hang back for now. I don't think at Stalwart they don't need to continue their pressure over to Bigatron. Yes, you obviously do have quite a big gap, and you end up risking actually Stalwart if you do push onto that hill. Exactly happening to Stalwart what just happened to Orange, getting caught out by a team potentially rotating in behind, especially considering as that zone is already on its shift down towards phase 3, is halfway through the second shift, and teams will be thinking of that rotation later on into the game, as we do see Orange. Unfortunately, they do fall in 15th position overall. But for FaZe clan as well, I think that FaZe, they have also made the right decision here of holding down for now, not trying to risk those kills, and definitely that adaptation as we looked at previously, the likes of FaZe clan not being that early aggressive team as we expected them to be, instead actually going forward at passive rotations, looking to respect the rest of these teams, at least in the first few games anyways, potentially not willing to risk anything, at least grab those placement points in hand.
Obviously, TJB at the moment, they're just utilising the third-party peak as much as they can to try and get as much information as they can on all the teams that are around. It's pretty much a tough spot. I think they're going to have a little bit of trouble to try and get out of this position if the zone does hard shift it away from them here. It's going to be a really tough spot with all these teams around. DRS directly on the hill above at the moment to the north. Well, you've got DKG pretty close by as well. As you can see, that center zone is looking pretty congested now. Zone hard shifts down to the south. So that means Lit, they're going to be in a great position. I believe they've got a compound just next to Quarry. Just out to the west of Quarry, they've got a solid compound there. Obviously, XBL or XB Blood Legion in a pretty good spot as well. Will they if the zone continues to go south, it's going to make it very difficult for those teams that are coming in from the north to continue to push on through, because I'd say they'll just look to hold down that compound.
Yeah, I think that 7CV actually strike quite lucky with this zone. Potentially had to rotate quite far north, but now the zone goes back into their hands. So they'll be gifted with a 3-1 for now in the next phase. But also not so lucky here when it comes to teams rotating in is from that northern side. And when we think of that congestion, and we questioned also the possibility of also a hard shift. And the likes of actually TJB, who you just mentioned, being in quite a tricky position, now having to potentially rotate out of their own compound. You can also see more of those teams around them, the likes of ONG moving their, or DKG, sorry, moving their way through in now trying to find a position themselves. And it is these early rotations that I would argue are the ones that will work out more successfully. Here, Secci, I would argue that for the likes of these earlier rotations, finding that position on the hills, finding that high ground, going to be advantageous when it comes to the likes of those late rotators, the likes of TJB, FaZe Clan, moving in later on, and actually as a result, getting caught out by these teams in these positions on the surprise attack.
Yeah, so obviously Demigod Wham getting caught out and catching a couple of bullets at the moment as they do try to essentially pull away from all the teams that were the center zone on the last phase of the match. I think Demigod moving early on was definitely a smart move because you were going to have so many teams coming in behind those guys. If they can get around the teams that were already just out to the western quarry, I think they'll be looking pretty good in the later stages. The DKG now being spotted out by XBBL Blood, managing to get a couple of shots on. Does look like Beloved is currently down as well at the moment for DKG. So it's definitely starting to heat up. DRS Nima is currently down at the moment. They'll be looking to get that revive. We do have Stalwart that's been putting the pressure on from the south. So Stalwart, they'll be loving this zone. They've come in on that southern side. And life's been pretty easy for them so far. But we will have BTR that'll be reasonably close by as well. I think that might come into the mix very soon. So DRS now look. Yeah, DRS now looking to actually change up positions. They're trying to get into zone at the moment. They're possibly going to be gate kept and running into a couple of teams as they do actually push in. We do have DKG in that general area, but looks like they're going to be pretty patient and try and get some kills out on the outside of the next phase of the match. So you can see...
yeah, that's right. And of course, when you look at the likes of DRS here, rotating around, DRS, they are actually on the edge of the zone. They've got to rotate in, but look who's ahead of them. You still got, as you mentioned, Starboard, you've still got more teams up in front. So it is going to be quite tricky. They do have, for now, a position on the edge of the zone. However, I do think that going into the next phase, they do need to look at how they can possibly rotate as this zone will shift once again here, but centralized is just around Quarry. And this is what we talked about, the opportunity of these teams coming in around Quarry itself. So like Blood Legion, now also even those coming in for the north side, like DEMIGOD, also on that hillside, going to be able to potentially gatekeep a lot of those teams that we said late rotations in, phase all of these teams on the northern side. And I think for DEMIGOD, we mentioned them as one of these wildcard teams, can now look to prove themselves when they have an opportunity inside the zone to pick up a plethora of kills of these teams rotating in below them.
So it looks like TJB at the moment is actually having a little bit of trouble with the third party, is obviously trying to get out of that position they were in. But BTR obviously going up against Stalwart as well. They'll be looking to gatekeep there. But Infinity now on the move, and looks like they are possibly about to run into a little bit of trouble as they push up towards Stalwart. You've got someone that is ever so close, just camping out here. They have been spotted. The push now comes in. It is going to be Giles in from DRS. Unfortunately, does get caught out and will be thirsted straight up by Infinity. Infinity already up to 7 kills so far. So definitely showing that they are going to be an aggressive team. And they're definitely going to be a team to contend with.
Indeed, Infinity, though, they are getting shot up. They do find some relief inside the car for now. Across the road, they going inside the rocks of cover. They will stay, and it will be Infinity still having to move up, though, because, look, they are outside the zone. They've still got another team to fight, and that is, of course, nevertheless, and DKG up in front of them. DKG, they have the position, though, in their own hands. They have the opportunity to try gatekeep away Infinity. And despite their kills, they might find themselves falling out early on as well. These teams on the south side still looking to find their way in, the likes of RSG. Also now going to have their own potential fight up against their own opponents later on. JM Yellow as well, just ahead of them. And actually, JM Yellow, a great opportunity to actually take advantage of, I would argue, RSG, where they are trying to rotate on the low hill. They're looking for a wide rotation in across the western side, but it's just not going to be given to them if JM Yellow can look to gatekeep them away in the rotation.
Well, it does look like JM Yellow, they are going to continue to push forward, so RSG might get a free entry into zone, but Infinity, they're showing they've been pretty confident at the moment as they have pushed another team, but it looks like it could be fairly disastrous here. There we go, they're eliminated. They go out in the 13th position as DKG now going down to a third party as well. We've got...
That is...
So it's DRS eliminated 14th, yeah.
Yeah, as we said, DRS, going for that wide rotation just doesn't quite happen out for them when you do find yourself late rotating in against the low ground of high ground teams. And BTR as well, they find themselves in their own tricky position coming out of quarry, and they put themselves in really what is a death position for them. Later on, though, just in front of them, Starwart still fighting. That's a brilliant grenade, though, starting off, and this is going to really hurt Starwart here. That one grenade coming through from Luxy going to actually guarantee BTR the time now to move forward, and Luxy the time to actually try to make those 1v happens, because the rest of these Starwart members are actually stuck inside the quarry itself, and they can't help in this fight.
I guess they've got a plus side on that they're in the quarry at the moment. Considering how much this zone has gone into quarry, it's going to be, what, probably about 30% of that quarry area, which is going to be insane. But we've got XBBL at the moment looking to go at it again, but RSG still trying to come in from that southern side, and I think that zone has hard shifted a long way from these guys. They've got a lot of teams in front. They are going to have to push through. I think Lit's going to still be in a great position as well, but RSG, they are going for a big push now onto Join Me Yellow. Looks like Small Boy is currently down at the moment. Batman looking to do the Overwatch at the moment as Kim pushes down the hillside as well. So not really a uniform push coming out from these guys. It was sort of a 2x2. I sort of really feel like it probably would have benefited a little bit more by the 3x1, but Small Boy, he's still alive and kicking. They might be able to get a revive, but that zone is closing very fast, so they're going to have to get it moving pretty quickly.
RSG, though, is still fighting the zone, and it's phase 5. They're getting caught inside, still up against JM Yellow, nevertheless, but they're the ones that gatekeep JM Yellow. They find a knock, they can't find a revive, and their players, they're taking down on the health bar. I think it would have made them way more sense for DRS, or sorry, I should say RSG here, to just rotate all the way down into the zone, but now they have lost the opportunity. Now they have to try contend with the blue. They're going to potentially get called out by these teams overlooking them. Nevertheless, you do have even Lit now. They're also looking over them, looking for those extra picks.
So, to be honest, from this position, I'm surprised they haven't actually managed to capitalize and get a few more kills with that compound. Obviously, they are going to have to move now, and they're going to have to push uphill, so it is definitely going to be an uphill battle for these guys. We do have a PN crew. They're pushing in from the north. I'm loving their rotation at the moment. They are coming in very late. As long as Sandesh can actually get in there, I think they're going to be able to move into this next phase of the match pretty solidly. We do have FAZE, though, that they'll be looking to hold them back at the moment. Unfortunately, Sandesh does end up going down to play zone, and Killer, he's in a lot of trouble. He's pinned down by Ziv from Lit, and he's patiently waiting.
Beautiful position there from Ziv, can actually take out the rest of this entire team, and unfortunately for him, Killer really has nowhere to move, has nowhere to go in that blue zone as well. Will keep him up first, so we can see the positions coming through, you see the fire coming out, and you definitely know there's someone down in the house now. Killer may have to wait, just may have to go for the healing strategy, because in this zone is still centralized over towards quarry, and you can see when he starts to go out of compounds, when he starts to go into the open, it's way too tight with all of these teams inside, and one of those teams, Blood Legion, sneaking their way in with one of the only few compounds in the side. They have the chance, Blood, to actually look for their own kills, look around these exits and entrances around quarry itself, as BTR, they exit out of that quarry, and they're starting to get smacked.
They're in a very tough spot as they're going to have to essentially push up the top onto the road there, and you got a lot of focus of fire happening in their direction. XBBL looking extremely solid on this one with that compound. It's really going to depend on whether that zone goes to the north or the south as to who's got the significant advantage. Is it going to be FaZe or XBBL? Does look like Lit is really struggling to get in as well. They haven't been able to move from a compound, and it does look like Blood, they are going to need to move on this one. I think they might be, no, so they're just outside of zone, so they are going to need to move from that hard cover of that building. You see Dominic's trying to get some higher shots onto TJB as they've pushed around to the low side. They're going to be taking the quarry area on this one. They're going to be right down below. So I think really, if they can't get out of that position, it's going to be very tough, and they'll be looking to do a bit of a heal off on that one. So we're down at
Blood, though, we do have the position of the zone, though. Moves away from them, and Blood. Look at where that zone goes, though, Secci. It goes away from them, so now they have to move. But it's actually, look above them, the likes of FaZe Clan, who have held off all this time, patiently waiting, not going for the fight. Now's the time to pick up the kills. The high ground, the zone goes their way.
It's really just going to be a fish in a barrel here, unless XBBL can get right up against that rock face there. But I guess the real worry is TJB going to be able to get up that quarry face and actually start to pummel them at the base of the cliff there? That could put XBBL in a really vulnerable position. But big shots coming out from above. It does look like XBBL Blood. They're going to try and just play this rock face, but they are getting spotted out. They're in a lot of trouble now as Tony K puts the pressure on. They do manage to find a little dip in the cliff there. And I'll be able to chill it for the moment and see where this next phase goes. It does look like it's actually sort of going back down towards these guys. But 3 teams now remain. We're going to have TJB. It's going to be a FaZe and obviously XBBL Blood. So let's say that FaZe. We've got a couple that's going to be right inside zone. Will they be forced off this rock face? It does look like that's a potential possibility here.
TJB, they are praying that this zone stays with them, but the likes, as we said, for FaZe Clan, though, they're the ones in control. However, this zone goes away. That's what these teams are praying for FaZe to get stranded on the top of that cliff side, and that's what Blood Legion are also hoping for. They've made that successful rotation on the edge of the rock. They're able to survive, and actually, it's TJB who looked the worst off out of these 3 teams.
And there we go. So TJB now starting to really come into play, but they do get set back down by FaZe from above. MR5, I believe, putting in a massive amount of work on the TJB. They're now down to just 1. It's going to be Longs looking to get that revive. They don't have a lot of time, though. Do they have that position inside the zone? It looks like FaZe, they are going to go for the hunt now, and they're going to take the dub for game number 1 of the Ultimate Warrior Showdown. And they're going to do it all by positioning in this one.
Indeed, it will be FaZe. They managed to find a way down the cliffside. They managed to find the kills onto the help of TJB from Blood. They managed to find Blood afterwards, who went out in 3rd position, weren't able to hold off there, Secci. And as a result, actually, FaZe, they come out stronger when it comes to the first game of Sanhok. Looking forward to what they can definitely bring FaZe now moving into the rest of the tournament. I think their patience in this first game was something that we hadn't seen from them before, and something that definitely now changing into a different playstyle, working out for them and not going for the super aggressive playstyle and the tendency that could have got them killed, like Infinity around them, like the rest of those teams of Star Wars as well, around that center circle initially, who then, yes, got kills early on, but also went out earlier before them.
Yeah, I think the strat really was just a head down, bum up. They weren't looking to take the easy route. They obviously dropped the boot camp to start with, and they were very proactive as the zone shifts came. As soon as they come out, they basically started to head towards that center zone. I feel they obviously were a little bit slow where they had all the teams to the south, which was obviously a smart move there because it was getting very, very congested around them. So they were able to pick their right times to push on down and make their move and secure that win.
Nevertheless, so and when we move through over to thinking about FaZe and thinking about also the other teams here as well, and the likes of also TJB to survive. When it comes to TJB, he also had a tricky position. We mentioned them earlier on, right? When he had that initial center position in his zone, he had the compound, and we wanted them to be very careful in how they decided to choose their route out of that. They went for, of course, the car rotation down towards the quarry. Then they dipped into the quarry. Big risk, I think, that could have not worked had actually decided Bigatron being able to survive a little bit longer. Because if Bigatron can get over that road, they can start to pin down TJB, and it starts to look like a different story where Bigatron, they're the ones surviving to possibly that 2nd place. However, also you do have to look at that 3rd party, which was nevertheless Blood. And yes, Blood fall down in 3rd, But even though that TJB were also able to surpass them, it was Blood that allowed TJB to survive in that sense because they were the ones that helped to decimate down those Bigatron members.
Yeah, I guess it's a really big risk versus reward if you can hold down that quarry position. It's such a tough spot to be able to hold, and I guess that shows the caliber of the team to be able to choose that sort of positioning and be able to play it out, and obviously get to the final stages of the match. It's they're definitely really going to be one to watch as we progress through this tournament.
Yeah, of course, it is only first day. It's first game, so it's early start for all of these teams. Can't pin down just purely off of one game what these teams is going to be able to playing like and what their performance will look like by the end of the tournament. But it definitely is an indicator that some of these favorites that we were looking at, like TJB, like FaZe, were able to show up. But I think also some of the other favorites that didn't show up that we expected. Yes, also Infinity, but even to an extent, DK Gaming, one of the other representatives from the Chinese region coming out of the PEL as well, they weren't able to find that success that their brothers in arms were able to find.
Yeah, it's it's a really tough one. Yeah, but so who else do we had? We had XP Blood Legion. Yeah, they were absolutely loving that position they had in directly right next to Quarry for that. Now, able to play it out. I guess it come down to a little bit of luck on their side. It's going to be interesting to see how well they do play out. Was that one more so a luck sort of positioning, or are they able to continue to predict the zones, I guess, and get themselves into those sort of positions?
For me, I would argue that it comes down to actually not luck in certain scenarios. Yes, you think about the likes of DEMIGOD, they potentially had a really nice position over to the north of the zone. They had potentially a position to get to the top. But as we do look for the highlights, we can see exactly it was about the positioning of these teams, which is what actually allowed them to find success overall in this game and what was able to actually find that first, second, third place to the likes of TJB, Blood Legion, and also FaZe Clan were able to find. And the Blood Legion actually specifically, they had one of the harder rotations out of everyone because Blood, they were the team that started out on the edge of zone. Yes, they had a first kill, they had the first blood as well, but also they had a long ways to go. And coming down from that northern side, it definitely was fairly tricky for them to do. However, I liked that they played it on the edges and they didn't go for that more central position. So when it came to getting out of a tricky spot, they were able to navigate around the edge of the zone. They tanked the blue zone a little bit around that mid-game stage to get there. However, when you tank a little bit, you get a big reward like that third place. You get those kills in the late game. It's very much worth it.
So match MVP is going to be Venturus from FaZe. So he's got 4 kills on this one. Sorry, you got 3 on this one. My apologies, just getting that right. We've got some reasonably high damage as well, considering it is Sanhok. I'm saying that, no, it's actually relatively low for him. But right, let's go into the head-to-head.
Definitely FaZe Venturus, so match MVP, but a head-to-head here, 3 to 4 kills. Zoxy going to be the one that comes out on top and slightly higher damage overall. Zoxy definitely one of the examples there, Bigatron getting stuck down in a bog of that quarry compound itself. They went down very early on into the quarry itself. And then they struggled. Yes, they were able to take out likes of Star Wars, but then they struggled to find a position because that fight took so long to then get future position in the game, to get future compounds like that of Blood Legion were able to control for safety. So Zuxi definitely doing good work, but definitely, as we say, Bigatron, they do need to be very careful about where they go into because that could have ended up a lot worse for them. They could have actually found themselves surrounded by multiple teams, and then Bigatron, they get sliced and diced and they lose players one by one.
We head into the kill and damage chart. It does look like BTR, they really did come in with a vengeance on this one. They had a point to prove, and they put a lot of pressure on a lot of teams, but unfortunately they just weren't able to rotate out of that quarry position. I guess as soon as that zone hard shifted to the northern side, it was pretty much going to be disastrous for that one. It was a 50-50, a flip of the coin that made life very difficult for those guys. So who else do you think is interesting? I guess Infinity. They were pretty insane as well. Obviously, getting the highest kills for the match there with 8, and they're right up there when it comes to the damage as well. I feel like they got a few kills early on. They got super confident. They went in for some crazy pushes. They were just looking to try and steamroll a lot of teams, but just unable to get into the later stages after doing so. Unfortunately, just getting caught out on that one.
I think one of those other teams, of course, never mind also Infinity, but actually Lit with their good positioning over in the compound, able to actually gatekeep a lot of those teams before they did come down, able to pick up those 6 kills as well. It'll pick up a fair amount of damage, but when we look, of course, towards then the next game, which is, of course, going to be back on Erangel, who does well there, and you actually do have to think of it, some of these teams who were aggressive on Sanhok, who were going for those kills, maybe they now need to rein it a little bit back, because Erangel isn't as fast paced. Erangel is, of course, bigger than Sanhok, and when it comes to Erangel specifically, it's interesting to see if these teams who do go for those fights, as we say early on, if they can then translate that through onto multiple maps. Because as we say, it is early days, it's only one map. And if they can find a success that they've already had on Sanhok, and if they can repeat that through multiple games today and then through the rest of the competition. But never mind also the aggressive side, also looking towards those who aren't so aggressive and who didn't have that good game. You think back to, of course, the likes of Eagle, who got taken out very early on. You think to the likes of DRS, who weren't able to find a good position in that zone, got taken out very early on as well when it came to those rotations in the mid game. And these teams really going to have to find their footing, going to have to find some way to get back in, because 16th, 15th, low positions overall, low points out of that first game, they're starting to feel that they could be slipping down to the bottom of that leaderboard.
Yeah, I guess hopefully they can. I guess the mindset gets pretty tough as well when you do get a rough start to the first match. Hopefully they can pull it back for the second one. Hopefully they do manage to find a spot on the map. Obviously, Erangel is a little bit bigger. They have a little bit more space to work with in those earlier stages. Hopefully, they can utilize that to their advantage. But yeah, that's going to be awesome to see how they do handle the Erangel. A lot of these teams
are going to be the next one.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of these teams that haven't landed with each other before. So we saw teams that were almost landing on each other before, and yeah, obviously they decided to pull out, so they weren't looking to take the earlier fights. I think that's probably a smart move by those guys. But yeah.
And nevertheless, so it is up to the next game to see if what they can bring as we head over to the break and see if FaZe can find that success they were able to have in game 1, or if they will fall down, and who will be able to rise up to the occasion as we go to a short break. We'll see you guys on the other side. Secci, and they still need to come up strong. The likes, I think, of Orange Esports, definitely a high kill potential team, who's never had their start, finishing over in 16th place. We even had the likes, I think, of DK Gaming as well, not having a good performance.
No, and I think they'll be definitely looking to improve on that as we progress into game number 2. There's going to be a wrangle, and yeah, it's going to be awesome to see.
Indeed, indeed. But if you want also something awesome at home, you can of course see it on the link below, and it is that beautiful QR code. If you scan that QR code, you fill in the forum on the link, and you can enter into your own giveaway to win your own prize money and your own prize merchandise from nevertheless the EFC themselves. And of course, keep in mind it is only available to the side of Southeast Asia region, unfortunately. So that will be Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, and Cambodia are the 7 countries that are eligible for the giveaway. So, of course, if you aren't in one, you can't sign up and win the prize, I'm afraid. However, in the future, we do hope that you can sign up to a more global giveaway indeed. But looking towards a more holistic view of the tournament so far and what we've seen in game 1 here, Secci. Yes, we talked about the favorites coming up strong. Yes, we talked about some of them falling down, but actually surprisingly was some of these teams that we didn't expect to have such a good result actually showing up strong as well.
Yeah, I guess XP Blood Legion, they really surprised me with how proactive they were about getting their positioning. And I think it really sort of were able to capitalise on that and getting themselves 10 placement points, obviously getting 13 points in the bag for game number 1. That's definitely a good start to the day.
And as well, not only I think Blood Legion, but actually the side of Lit also coming up clutch, grabbing himself 6 kill points as well. And they actually steal away Blood's position overall in that leaderboard. Blood now down to 4th position overall with 13 points after the first game. But Lit, they get 14 points. And this leaderboard is actually very much still very close to the top. Yes, you of course have FaZe Clan. They do have a slightly going into the second game, but a lot of that top side of the leaderboard is still going to be very open. And some of these teams that were wild cards, some of these teams that we didn't expect to be at the top, if they can continue this momentum, big step up for them. And I think we could definitely see some of the non-favorites of the tournament, some of the teams that we didn't expect coming in would be at the top, taking some of these top spots and taking some of that prize money too.
I feel like the real interesting one though is obviously Infinity. They did manage to get on the top half of the
Yeah.
leaderboard. They didn't manage to grab any placement points. There was all they were definitely really confident coming out. I think when it comes to fights, will they be able to progress from that and actually be able to get the chicken dinners even with those kills? I think we might be in store to see a very high kill win for those guys throughout this tournament. I think that's a definite possibility.
Indeed, indeed. And I think also keep in mind the other team that I think I was really concerned about overall was actually overall, I would argue, Demigod Incognito. Now, Demigod, they, as we mentioned, had actually one of the strongest positions in that zone when it came to the high ground, when it came to overlooking all of these teams like TJB, like FaZe, coming out into now the zone on that hard shift down to the south. Demigod, they couldn't hold on to their position. They fell down fairly early in the game. They weren't able to adapt to actually what the zone was giving them. And coming into this next game, we said Demigod could potentially be a scary team if they can survive. Weren't able to do it game number 1. Still have faith in them game number 2 to be able to do so, but definitely not looking a good start for them. And I think also in not only Demigod, but also Eagle Esports, one of these teams that if they can survive, they start to ramp up kills, but you saw them getting chopped up when it came to that early game.
Yeah, I feel like that was an unfortunate sort of position that they really did land themselves in. Obviously, getting one knocked early on, it sort of was just the domino was falling. After that, they tried to take the fight, or tried to be proactive at least to take the fight and get their positioning so they could keep the some of the teams. But yeah, obviously smash it.
Did able to get, and unfortunately, a bad result through game number 1, but it is, as we say, for all of these teams, a chance now of redemption for game number 2. As we said, it is Erangel going to be now up for the next game. And as well, keep in mind, this is going to be a heavy day of kills and potential fast games, because it's not just Erangel we're looking at here, but also another Sanhok game. We have a second one when it comes later on in the 4th match tonight.
And that's very unusual to see. It's not very often that you get two Sanhoks in a day. I feel like that's really going to keep these teams on their toes, as yeah, they'll be looking to improve. I think some of the teams, obviously, on their results. I'll yeah, get a little bit of information from the game number 1, and yeah, hopefully look to improve.
Indeed, but when we do look to improve, I think, what is the team coming out for you here, Secci, that really needs to improve coming out of game 1 that you maybe expected a little bit more of, but didn't quite show up?
To be honest, probably DEMIGOD would be one of the teams that I would have thought would have gotten a little bit higher, and hopefully we do see them improve for the next match.
And got to see if they can improve. But I think I don't know. For me, it's kind of different, because actually, what surprises me is JM Yellow, even though they were playing for placement points overall, they did pick up 6 points through that. They didn't actually pick up any kills, and that surprises me, because we mentioned through the game itself in that first match, JM Yellow, they had the opportunity to pick up a lot of kills when it came to those teams down on the south, rotating wide outside of the zone. They could have gatekept a lot of those squads, and like you saw DRS falling, like you saw later on as well, RSG Malaysia, they also started falling down as well. And I think that could have been something that they could have capitalized on. And if they had, you start to see them up towards the top of that leaderboard as well.
Apologies. Righto, let's get into the flight path for game number 2.
Indeed, our flight path going to be centralizing itself down, as we say Miramar is the next map on Esports. It's not Erangel. Erangel is later. Erangel is game number 3, not game number 2, but we will have a green at Rolling Hills after this one. Is we had set up for the Desert Dunes, but a spicy match coming nevertheless. And when it looks towards that plane path, of course, going to be straight down from the top to the bottom means a lot of these spaces towards that northeastern side of Miramar are not going to be available. And that's actually a big thing. When you think about the likes of Cruz de Bal, El Azahar, Toro Armada not being open to these teams, it actually does cut a lot of strategy from some of those squads who, as we know, do heavily rely on the outskirt compounds of Miramar, rotating into the center later on. And as a result, you do worry actually on these teams on their adaptedness already. Can they actually have a second drop location that we know just as well? Will they be able to contest those who maybe personally drop on that location as their original drop spot?
I guess with this one, FAZE is the really interesting one. It looks like they are going to try and take the hotspots for every map. They're in dropping a Picardo, which is definitely going to be interesting to watch. It does look like Stalwart was getting quite close to those guys, so it's definitely a potential. But it's going to be interesting to see if these guys are super hungry for that $500 prize for the chicken dinner. Obviously, they got so close to it last one, HighlandWolf.
Right, TJB, second place, going to be starting out on Ruins. And for Ruins, TJB, they of course are going for a much more quiet game early on, rotate maybe down towards El Porto, rotate further down in towards La Traela, move in towards the center of the zone. If it does end up continuing shifting around that western side, keep in mind that zone did shift hard west, so it will favor them more so than it had it gone the opposite direction. But as we said, Picardo for FaZe Clan, I mean, don't fix what's not broken. I suppose if you drop in on a hot location, you win the first game, maybe win in the second one too. But a much difficult ordeal for them here. And for FaZe Clan, I want to see them loot up initially on Picardo, but later on, I actually want to see them by that 5-minute mark be able to escape out of the compound. Now, Picardo, of course, known for, yes, being strong early on, but actually can also be very gate-kept and a team inside. And around the Picardo compound itself, there is those open spaces, there's those hills that teams can overlook you on. And if Baseland are slow with their rotation out, you can start to see teams potentially, as you say, around them, rotating up to them, keeping them there in the compound and stopping them from rotating, putting them behind minutes in the game from every other team.
Also, unfortunately, we're going to see Eagle Esports having to take that fight early on. They are going to be going up against Orange Esports here, and it looks like Eagle Esports, so they are going to manage to get the first blood.
Eagle Esports is strike first for now, but Eagle, look at them. They've already got another player down. They've knocked one, and that is going to be, unfortunately, maybe a second going down as well. But Eagle, they have to be so careful because they are on the outside of the zone, and it is, for now, Orange, as long as they keep their positioning, they're the ones that will be able to keep an eye and keep a hold of Eagle on their own positioning overall.
Yeah, with Eagles Esports, I guess it's okay to be out in the blue in phase 1 of the match. It's not going to be too much of an issue. I guess they've also got all the hard cover that Los Leones is going to provide it to them if they do want to pull back and disengage from this fight. I think that might be a potential possibility for these guys. It does look like they are going in hard. They're still pretty content on taking a few pot shots as we watch Nam Shin obviously try to get a few shots on the side.
Right. Because this, yes, you have hard cover here, but it's only the edge of Picardo is not so much cover as you would like. And when you think about the location, right, on the west side of Picardo, you start to see the tiered landscape move down on the hill. You start to see less cover for the likes of Eagle, and also Orange. Unfortunately, they're figuring it out the hard way as they too try to make rotations. You can't make these early rotations wide in around the edge because there is just no cover when you exit those buildings on the edge. Yes, you have some form of rocks. Yes, you have some form of cover in that sense, but as you can see with Orange, they made that move, and actually as a result, they're the ones who start to fall down. They're the ones that lose 2 members, and Eagle, they come out on top. But it is not just Eagle that have their own fight. RSG, they are also up against FaZe Clan. Nevertheless, they rotated out very early here for FaZe and already looking to try find those kills, looking for a faster pace game.
RSG, I feel like they had a tough drop as well. They were running on foot for a fair while. They were almost catching up to a couple of teams, but they've got a lot of pressure now with FaZe. They do sense the teams rotating around, getting themselves into position to take this fight. So Kim currently down at the moment. Looks like he will be thirsted up. And it is going to be Rex also going down. So unfortunately, RSG, they're going to be down to just 1. But it does look like FaZe's attention is now focused on to join the yellow. So we've got Venturas now in the small boy's side. Small boy pushes up. He's feeling very confident on this one as he pushes right up. But it is going to be an Overwatch that's putting the pressure on. He does really need to watch out for some support fire. And it looks like Small Boy, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated. RSG taken out in that 16th spot.
RSG, unfortunately for them, they find out the hard way just how good FaZe is in the early game fights. FaZe, they pick up the pace, they find 4 kills, but look around them still, there are more teams rotating in. That's why you start to see FaZe continue their rotation in. You had one player on the high ground, you were looking for those third parties coming in. However, I think it is a little bit risky for FaZe, having one of their players up so far away. Could have actually had them taken out in the fight, then it could have gone very much worse for FaZe overall, but RSG, they're not quite able to control the shed for now, and FaZe, they take 4 free kills. Lit as well, one of these top teams as well we were looking at from the first match, and Lit, for me, one of the more surprising teams, I feel like, and they are on a little bit of fire for now, but Lit, they are also fairly split, which means they're not in a position to take team fights, and this is why they are, unfortunately, they're going to lose a buggy, or a car, should I say, and actually Lit. Overall, they are in a bad position because, yes, they have a strong team fighting prowess, as you can see, to get in to the late game of Sanhok, but when it comes to Miramar, they're opting for a much more riskier looting-based strategy, and these teams that are third partying over them, they're the ones that are able to maybe pick apart those 2-1 members on the road.
It looks like we're going to see XB Blood Legion now going at it again in the earlier stages. So it's going to be going up against Stormy Yellow. They're pushed in hard. It's going to be Dominic that does unfortunately run into 2B1 now, pushes up to try and put some more pressure on. But XB Blood Legion just dropping like flies at the moment. Demon now last one standing as he does get a thirst on. So Demon looks to get a bit of a heal on before we do see Easy push up. Easy just trying to spot out Demon at the moment. Does give away his position here. And unfortunately, XP Blood Legion, they are just losing players like 5. But Demon pushes in, takes down Easy. And it will be 2 more now that will look to push on up onto Demon. Demon is going to go in for the hunt, though. He gets another. Can he clutch this one up? Unfortunately, he doesn't. That is going to be XP Blood Legion eliminated with 2 kills in 15th position.
So good stuff both from Blood Legion. We're able to find a few initial picks, but here comes the rest of FaZe Clan. They're moving in for the third parties, and they want to clean up on this fight, but they aren't able to find it. Yes, they come in for the clutch around the edge, but it is nevertheless JM who are able to run away for now. They are able to find some safety for the meantime, but FaZe are still looking for those kills. They're still hunting overall to see if they have stopped on the edge, if they have found enough shots in that beagle to make it smoke up, make it stop, and put JM on the ground. They should get 1 kill for the spoils inside a compound, but the rest, they are escaping for now. It is if FaZe can stop them fully. That buggy did blow open, so they are on the ground, can't see the shots come through.
And Join Me eliminated in 14th position. They did manage to get a couple of kill points. So we've got some runs on the board, which is good to see. But that early exit, I think, is going to make it tough to get towards the top of the leaderboard for the rest of the day.
Tough indeed, but they're lit as well. They're coming up to their own fight, possibly. And for Lit, we said they are very split. I think that the best thing for Lit right now is to actually rejoin up as a team. I understand that, yes, you take more scope and you take more information overall when you are so split away, when you have that 2-1-1. However, for Lit themselves, we are starting to come now into phase 2. We're starting to enter in towards that mid game. I would like them, as we say, to come together as a full squad, as a full force. Even if they are still slightly together, there still needs a little bit more work to be done to make sure if they do run into a team on surprise, they are able to find the most effective win out of it as possible. Is also looking around on that flat side, on that zone, moving in towards the likes of Laterala, towards the likes of the edge of Picardo Hills in the west, the likes of DKG as well. And DKG, yes, we've seen success from one of their Chinese representatives. TJB were very, very strong when it comes to the first game. TJB as well, still alive, keep in mind, standing around the ruins area. But DKG, they did not have a good start at all. They went out very early on. We didn't even get to see it happen. And now in the second game, we had to make sure that DK, for them, they don't feel like a ghost through the rest of the day.
What I find really interesting for this one is that we're 11 minutes in the match and they're still running a very split sort of position here. You've got, is it 2 in this compound? The other 2's yet to be found. I guess you would have one team out sort of scanning out. It does look like PN crew, they're fairly focused on continuing to put the pressure back on the DKG.
DKG, though, they are for now alive, they are for now safe. However long that will last is an issue indeed. As you can see on that map, right, you can see the split members. You can see one on their own around these flats coming out of Picardo on in the midst of the desert itself. The rest of as well, PNC as well, moving their way in. And I think for a lot of these teams, it is about redemption when it comes out of that first game, when it is to prove your worth, that you don't get taken out multiple games in a row. Yes, you maybe have a bad start on Sanhok, but you can pick up what you need. You can start to pick up kills overall. And when it comes, I think, overall to the squad of PN, and when it comes to actually looking at PN crew and their overall position, I think they are going to struggle a little bit. I think that they don't have quite the caliber of teams over in their own region as the rest of these Asian regions itself. So I think that it is going to be quite difficult for them overall, and it will be a big step up. However, nevertheless, saying that, they can still surprise us and they can still come up as that dark horse if need be. That zone will shift over towards the southeastern side, and around Picardo Hills it will go. In Picardo, we saw FaZe Clan, they rotated away from it. They're actually outside the zone now, but that has actually been taken up already by Starwart, and Starwart, they're opting to try hide and see if they can survive inside the compound themselves.
The Stalwart obviously pushing it back to Picardo. That's going to be a real pivotal position, and looking at this next phase of the match, they're going to have a real high position by taking that 5-stacker. And looks like that's going to be the area they will control as we move into the next phase.
But what can Star Wars do to really maintain their strength over from Picardo? We said potentially go around to the hills better than being left inside the compound, being gate-kept by those moving in. And this is eventually, inevitably going to happen, Secci, because that zone shifting over so far in phase 3 now towards Picardo. Also, I think towards the more open flats, which is what makes this zone so tricky, actually. When you look towards these teams, they are, of course, going to look at the high ground, the edges on that north side, and try to catch teams rotating in from the north and from the western ends. But overall, it's actually a much more open south side. If teams can find a few compounds, if teams can find some form of shelter inside there, then potentially them too could also survive towards the late game. And it's if these teams, they want to search for these kills, or they want to go for these placement points, that's the decision that has to be made.
Yeah, I guess with the $500, it's more really a decision: do you want to go for the money, or do you want to go for the points overall?
Do you want to risk getting at the end of the 12 games, right? Do you want to have a good points? Do you want to go for the big prize, or do you have the faith to go for the top prize, about 27,000, and pick up even more than what the chicken dinners are worth, or do you want to just go for the win overall? I mean, FaZe, they're already sitting pretty on their own $500, and they're going for the kills, as you can see now. They've got the options. Not so much more freedom, though, for TJB. They found themselves stuck against the wall in the open. And for them, already a knocked member down, need to find a revive in. One of them are going over, but they are up against their own fight.
We've got nades now coming out from TJB. It does look like they will fall a little bit short from DRS, but DRS, they've got the wheels moving forward as they look to push right up onto TJB. They're smoked up nicely. We do have TKG and Infinity fighting in the distance as well.
TJB, they will sell for now without a fight, but you do see one go down actually as he tried to escape. DRS pick one up. In TJB, they're going for a wide split, but DRS set up one still on the assault. They're the ones set up now, potentially even picking out a second. In TJB, they just looked like they went too far too quickly.
DRS, they were just moving so fast onto TJB while they were looking to get the reset. At the moment, it looks like TJB in a lot of trouble. Another does go down. Manhand goes down. And they're just, obviously the teamwork coming out from DRS at the moment is just too much for TJB. So down to 13, the team's 46 alive.
TJB, unfortunately, down to, as we say, what is sliver of life, but also when it looks towards more of that open zone where these teams can survive. Infinity as well, they're making their own revives, getting picked apart by those around them. And for Infinity, they were very aggressive when it came to that first game, but the second game, much more passive, but also doesn't look too good for them overall in the position. Pins it by actually two teams on the north, one on the south as well. For Infinity, they yes have a strong showing in the first game. We can see what they can bring to the table, but when you look at DKG around them, when you look at actually the side of DRS as well around them, it does look a little bit tricky for them. When he starts to move head into the open, when he starts to potentially get picked apart by those on the high ground already established.
So DKG now trying to spot out Infinity as they do roll out and get ready to move into the next phase. That phase, or the zone, now starting to close. They are going to need to move very soon. Looks like DKG, they are going to disengage on this one. They will look to push forward, but they are just going to take their time in doing so, just making sure they don't expose themselves out to the southern side. They're going to run right into the fire, though. It's going to be PN Legends just directly in front.
DKG, though, they've now found themselves a compound, but they found themselves surrounded by the rest of those teams on the north side. On the south, though, is Infinity. They tried to find an entrance back in, tried to find a way in zone, but all they get is BTR. All they get is DRS and Infinity. They're the ones falling down.
So BTR now looking to push up. A Luxy does go down. That's going to slow their push fairly dramatically, but unfortunately Infinity do get eliminated. DKG now getting the pressure put on by a Legend from a PN Crew. PN Crew now looking to push right up as well as Beloved gets spotted. Does get tagged, goes down about 50, but a nade comes in from return and will drop Legend. So we've got 2 left standing, 2 down. Will PN Crew be able to hold this compound down?
PN Crew, they are holding on for now, but when you look towards their position in the zone, they've still got to move further in. They've got teams on the backside, on the front side of them. Yes, they are safe for now, but immediately burst down by those third parties. DKG just wipe it on through, wipe through almost all of the PN Crew members. Only one left standing on the stairs.
Nade cooked, but unfortunately doesn't hit the mark on this one. And the second nade goes in. That was looking pretty good. And it will manage to get the knock on to Beloved. So San just gets one. Is he going to go in for the push here now? Does look like PNC, unfortunately, going to be eliminated on that one. Or so BTR.
Find themselves out. BTR, they're right on the roof. BTR, they're jumping in, potentially for the dive onto DRS.
You do have Ryzen, unfortunately, has been eliminated already. So BTR, they are down to 3 of the nades. Looking at it pretty good. We've got pressure coming in from both sides onto DRS. The pre-fire's coming out from Zuxi. He's just not finding those players as yet. Looks like he will manage to get Gileson. Got Gileson, unfortunately, he's going to get thirsted up as well. DRS now in a lot of trouble as well. Mr. Burrow gets spotted, and unfortunately, that is going to be DRS eliminated in 9th position. So we've seen a lot of teams already making an exit.
DRS, unfortunately, is well going to fall down, as we say. BTR, though, BTR, they find those kills, but they're not quite done yet. All of that fighting, Phase 5 now in the cards, and Phase 5 took the hard shift up towards the northern side, and this is what is so tricky, because BTR, they got no way in. Look at all those players down on the south side. It's so flat and open. It likes a FaZe. They start to pick up these members. They already find one knock initially, and for the FaZe, they are now looking potentially at their 12 killed, maybe looking for even more. They have picked up so many, and they even have all 4 players alive. I mean, when you look at the rest of these teams, the rest of these kills, it's only BTR, they are facing elimination, but they're next highest on that kill leaderboard when it comes to 5 kills for them.
So 7C, try and push in on that northern side. They do have the pressure being put on by a Stalwart. Looks like Malik trying to get a few shots on Orange, also in trouble down on the southern side. Looks like Eagle Esports eliminating Orange in 8th position.
Orange just can't quite find a mark. But look at the position right now of their side of Stalwart. Stalwart, a brilliant position on that edge of zone in the north. You gotta hope that it stays with you. You hope that zone sticks with you for now. Can eye up all of these players, but are going to be pinned down. They find that beautiful shots. That's the advantage of being on the high ground. That is the advantage of the information, Secci. And Stalwart, they can potentially here still find kills, even if they are, albeit just a duo.
Yeah, I feel like even if they don't necessarily get the next zone, I feel like they're going to be able to capitalise a little bit, obviously, onto 7C, get a few kills that way. Will there be enough points to sort of make up for that rough positioning to rotate out of? But in saying that, they do manage to get the next zone. That's going to make life extremely positive for Stort.
Stall. They get the zone right. They get it perfectly with them. They don't even have to move, except all of these teams who have to move, they have to move into the side of Star Wars. So this is the best possible rotation for them on the zone. They can eye up every single member that decides to rotate into their field of view. You can see FaZe Clan, they are struggling for now, but they do take down BTR. BTR eliminated down in 6th position. 12, 13 kills up for them now in FaZe. They look like they're on an absolute rampage, but they lost members for it. Only a duo now, and it is actually the side of actually the rest of these teams, TUI, who have that more advantageous position. 5 kills. They do have also the full squad up, so they're the ones with potentially that better position, more options inside the zone.
So the next phase of the match now starting to close. A lot of these teams are going to need to move, but Eagle Esports, they lose one. Smoke unfortunately does get eliminated. We're down at 2-4 now. It's turning into an absolute bloodbath as this zone pushes in. Eagle Esports, the real winners out in this one. Their rotations, they have managed to push in to a zone. Stalwart, we're going to put the pressure on.
or holding on for now, but you can see the side of Eagles. They're trying to redeem themselves off of what was an absolutely miserable first match. They are surviving now with still, though, nevertheless, 3 players up. Pistol inside Picardo. They're the ones with the hotel. They're the ones with the 5 stack. They're the ones with the high ground advantage. Still FaZe Clan alive on one side. Still also Lit alive on the south side. Still to come into zone. They are going to struggle. FaZe have established themselves for now. But can Star Wars, can they hold off the rest of these teams? Can they keep that zone continuously with them? The question is, how do also Star Wars escape if that zone does not?
It's definitely going to be a tough escape to get out of this one, but FaZe, they're still looking to work out how they're going to push into this next zone. Will we see a push come in? They do obviously have Lit, though, just sneaking their way in from that southern side. There might be a thorn in the side on to FaZe.
Oh, a beautiful one.
Yeah, beautiful angle coming out from Malik. Does manage to take down Chopper. Missa now in the sights, but doesn't get connected by Malik. And the reset should be able to come. But it does look like Store. They're going to start to hunt the kills now. Dakon laying in waiting. They might have been to get shots in the back.
But for Star Wars, they went in one way. They forgot about the behind side of them. They do take them out, but for now, it's only the start of the fight. They've still got more work to do. And Star Wars, they lose them ever before. Only down to the solo player, Malik, the only one up for them.
So Eagle Esports, they smell blood. They've got a taste of it. They are now looking to find Malik. Both pushing into the apartment. Malik is going to find one, but unfortunately he's going to be eliminated by Misa. They've got 30 seconds to get that revive. They should be able to get a bit of a reset, and they'll be back up at 2-2. And saying that, Eagle, they've got 8 kills so far.
8 kills so far. They still keep alive the 2 players. And for Eagle, though, they have to rotate in zone just like the rest of them. But Lit, they are also surviving for now. Still a solo player. FaZe are also up against them. Lit, they ran in the wrong direction. FaZe have picked up even more, 14.
All these teams, they are going to have to move as well. This next phase of the match is going to be extremely tough. But it does look like FaZe, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated in 3rd. So Eagle moving on up into this next zone. And Lit now under fire, and they are going to be... Ooh, they return to fire. Miss out, unfortunately, is going to go down, but you can see Ziv is super low directly in front. He is the last man standing for Lit. Can Chopper seal the deal here?
Chopper, they have to be careful. They're so careful, because if you look at the ground, it's so flat. And actually, Chopper, they're further away from the zone than actually outside of Lit, but Lit still outside of the zone. So actually, as a result, both of these teams have to move in. That's why you see Lit go for the kill. But actually, beside the Chopper, if he just survives, they pick up the chicken dinner.
They do. Can they get the chicken dinner? I think they'll be able to smell it by now. So it does look like we're going into a little bit of a snake fest on Miramar, which is pretty unusual. Looks like Ziv is trying to get himself in to a zone. Chopper right on the outskirts now, just 3 meters out. It does look to creep on forward, and he's going to go into snake mode as well. Gets on the ground, starts crawling up. Ziv gives away his position once again, but he does have hard cover. Chopper just
holding on for now.
And it is going to be Chopper. Eagle take the win. Well done to Eagle Esport. Well played.
Well, as we said the Eagle, if they can hold on for now, they come off of what was a very unfortunate first game to take the $500, to take the 15 points chicken dinner winners of the Miramar match. Eagle Esports, definitely a completely different team to what we saw previous. And this really changes up the leaderboard things here, because Lit as well, also the consistency coming through from them. FaZe as well, a consistency. Yes, some of these teams stay towards the top, but that bottom of the leaderboard really starting to shake things up now.
Yeah, it was extremely well played by Eagle. Obviously, it's a good sign of things to come out of those guys. I feel they're a fairly new team, so they haven't had a lot of experience together. And yeah, obviously, if they can evolve quickly, they're definitely going to be a real contender, as they've just shown.
Indeed, and if Eagle can keep up with some momentum, they look like they can still strive their way to the top, even if they do have a little bit of a downside of that match previous, as we did say. But when we also look towards that match here, definitely good work, as we said, from the consistency there of Star Wars staying alive. You have also the likes of FaZe Clan staying alive, and then also Lit. So these top teams still keeping their consistency on the table and still keeping those points high. In that consistency, the most important thing, I would argue here. Yes, you can go for the kills, but even a team like Star Wars, who didn't have necessarily the most kills out of that entire group, they still pick up overall, yes, those 8 placement points from being in that 4th position. So actually still a high win for them overall.
Check out the replay. Just quickly, obviously, we had RSG going at against FaZe in the early stages. And FaZe obviously showing their aggressive side, smashing RSG.
Well, FaZe, unfortunately, we just didn't really stand a chance with DRS against them, and Blood Legion as well. Unfortunate there for them. Tried to go in for one party, got backstabbed by the rest. GM, they just outplayed them, and then also GM ran for the hills down past FaZe, but FaZe were the ones. This is where they started to pick up the kills, going in on these fights, listening through to those sound cues, being able to find out the opportunities, and by golly, did they find them. 2 squad wipes for them. In rest, their Blood Legion, should I say, fortunately not able to quite find the mark. And I think also one of the other teams that we really were surprised by with the early fall, TJB, they rotated very early against DRS out of that fight, and as a result, they actually went down and they fall down on that leaderboard. So TJB, they actually fell down where DKG actually were able to survive at least a little bit longer, but against Pain, it was tough.
The beautiful nades, obviously. We've seen a lot of great nades coming out in saying that, but P and crew, they had a fairly tough one as well after being pushed by a couple of squads there. So the Juggernauts, BTR, they had a pretty good showing in this one. Hopefully they can build on the progress that they've been making over the last couple of matches as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that BT are going to be a team that we still have to keep our eyes on overall. I think Bigatron definitely have the potential there. Just can't quite find themselves in the final few zones, but it was here. Star Wars, they tried to go in for the early flush. This is where I think Star Wars made a mistake. They find those initial knocks, but Eel, they were so close together, they took them out, and they were actually able to return that fire into, of course, what was a chicken dinner. Yes, you lose one player. Yes, you gift over another kill back to Lit, but Lit, they'll take back kill, take 2nd place, and Chopper quite happy with that $500 if you can take out a survival against him.
Yeah, I think that point that you touched on was a really good one with Stalwart. I think they sort of ended up sort of gifted, like they had that position over Eagle and they were unable to hold it down. But the MVP, we do have a Chopper. So obviously grabbing 3 kills on that one.
I mean, Chopper in this game was absolutely phenomenal. When you think about not only that end game phase, but also it was Chopper there who was able to help turn around that fight against Star Wars. So Chopper being really the heads-up player for Eagle, it definitely could have turned around if actually Star Wars find those picks against Eagle. They survive towards 2nd place. Maybe it's actually Star Wars who take that chicken dinner instead, but Eagle, they were put in the work, they were able to take home the win and even take home an MVP over the likes of FaZe in that previous game. Tony K, when we look at the comparison there, was able to pick up more kills, was able to put more damage out, but wasn't able to survive as long. It was nevertheless for Chopper still that clutch MVP for their team who was able to bring it to the victory. Those 3 assists definitely helping out. And when you think towards FaZe also being such a scary team, actually, when they have so many kills and they still, their worst position is that 3rd place that they got in that 2nd game so far, because they won the 1st match. They're looking like they're on fire when it comes to the first half of the 1st day so far.
Yeah, well, if you talk about momentum at the moment, they've definitely got that momentum happening, and can they continue it into the next stage?
Be up to them if they can continue it. As we look at the kills and damage here, and Secci, break this one down for me, right? Yes, you see FaZe really high up, but the rest of them fairly low leaderboard of damage for a few of them.
It is. It's overall. There's a lot of teams that were relatively low damage. It's saying that we can't see the total damage amount. Maybe FaZe just absolutely blitzed it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they hit over 2K. We saw one of the players that was 1100. Tony had over 1100 damage. That's absolutely a massive amount. So Eagle Esports, it was good to see them turn it up and actually flip the table and actually get a little bit more aggressive as well. And yeah, I think that's really sealed the deal for the winner after taking our stalwart.
I definitely agree with you there. I think that FaZe, they were very, very strong indeed. They helped also Eagles there to take out Stalwart. They were able to find a position inside the zone because FaZe, of course, got taken out by Lit, and that was what helped them to bring that chicken dinner nevertheless. But when we do look at that overall leaderboard position, you do have to imagine it definitely FaZe still going to be comfortable on top, still going to have everything they need, as you said, on that momentum, the kills, the points on the placements. They've also got nevertheless a chicken dinner. They've got $500. It's now if FaZe can keep this up, because if FaZe can keep this momentum going through the first day, they look like a team that can be absolutely unstoppable. Yes, we thought they would be a favorite, but they're beating the rest of the favorites that we thought could actually even topple down FaZe. Infinity not having a good result as well. Infinity, I think, more so one of the bigger surprises that they just haven't quite found their footing when it comes to the first two matches. I mean, Infinity, you looked at them back in their previous results, they were smashing FaZe. They were smashing through the entire Vasia. It is not quite the case when it comes to the first few games.
I feel like Lit, obviously, they've been very, very consistent. Obviously, they haven't managed to get the chicken dinner on this one, but or as yet. But I think we might see one in store in the next couple of days, that's for sure. They're getting so close.
Yeah, and that will be if Infinity and the rest can find their footing. And also, I think when we think towards the next match, it will nevertheless be, of course, Erangel. I get it right this time. It's not Miramar. We swapped it around. It's Erangel this time around, and it's Sanhok last. But Erangel, nevertheless, will be the case, and the green rolling hills will be there soon. But when you think towards overall here, the likes of these teams on Erangel, and we said it before, we highlighted a little bit, some of these teams more better at the map, I would say, than others. And I think definitely, if anything, this is the map for Bigatron. I think that Erangel, they definitely look very strong at overall compared to the rest. And personally, for me, I feel that actually it could be the case that they now step up as well, and they're able to join the rest of these teams up top.
Yeah, it's I think Erangel, we're going to see a lot of different styles coming out. I think we'll start to see some of these teams really adapt. Hopefully, we can see the likes of DEMIGOD or even Orange. Orange had such a tough couple of matches for the early stages. Hopefully, they can pull something out of the bag. That's what I'm really hoping to see. I'm always sucking for the underdog. We'll see if they can get up for game number 3 of the day. So I think we'll take no, you're right. Go for it.
No, go ahead. Go take it away.
No, you're right. We'll go for a quick break, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this one with game number 3 of the Ultimate Warrior Showdown.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports Fight Club Ultimate Warrior Showdown. We've had 2 games at the first day down. We've got 2 more games to go. Of course, big thanks to our sponsors, PUBGM Mobile and Tencent Games, and to our official broadcasting partners, Hoya and Nemo TV. And as well, as you can see on that link down below, just on the bottom there, it is a beautiful QR code. Go scan it, go click on the link, and go fill out the form, and you can enter in your own giveaway to bring in some beautiful EFC merchandise of your own. But of course, keep in mind it is only available to the Southeast Asian region, so it is going to be the countries of Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, and Cambodia, which are available to enter. If you aren't in one of those countries, I'm afraid you can't be eligible, but if you are, good luck, and hope that you can win some beautiful EFC merchandise. And winning is where actually we look back at the second game, because it was Eagle Esports Secci who took that second chicken dinner. And as you can see here through the results, yes, it was those down below, but Eagles, they were the ones on top, and they were the ones soaring through the rest, even the likes of FaZe Clan, who also had, despite falling down third, an even better result, I would argue, with those 14 kills that we picked up as well.
I guess the real surprise is Infinity on this one. They're in the bottom half at the moment. That's not where I expected them to be.
Right, indeed, Infinity, definitely, as we mentioned, of course, not where they want to be in terms of where we expected them to be, more so, because when we came into the day, Infinity, they were one of the best teams they looked like coming into the tournament. They were probably one of the favorites to win everything, but for the first 2 games, they've actually fairly struggled here, and they've not had the games and the positional points that they really were looking for overall. Yes, they picked up a few kills here and there in the first match, but when it comes to that second game, definitely a big step down for them. Erangel, Sanhok, 2 more maps to go for them today. Better hope that they can be able to step themselves up, because they are starting to lose out on their chances. And with all of these high point games going towards the likes of FaZe, going towards the likes of Eagles now as well, and even to an extent there, Stalwart as well, finding a good game once again. Lit Esports finding a good game once again. These teams at the top of that leaderboard, they're starting to edge out quite a sizable lead. And for Infinity, they're now actually 35 points behind the leaders, which are, as we say, FaZe Clan.
That is a massive difference. Same goes for the Chinese teams as well. I guess they're probably underfragged a lot more than what I'd expect them to, coming from such an aggressive region that like they're known for their aggression, and they just haven't been able to pull it off as yet.
Yeah, it's been FaZe Clan actually the most aggressive. They've actually, through the first 2 games, already got 20 kill points, 25 placement points. It's been an absolute standout, stellar performance from them as well. The next 2 likes of Eagles also picking up $500 prize money from getting a chicken dinner in the first Sanhok game. But we actually look towards, I think, teams still rising up a little bit. The likes of TJB, yes, they slept and it gave way, as we say, to some of these teams like Star Wars, but also we mentioned Bigatron and their rise potentially to the top. They are now sat in currently 4th position overall on that leaderboard, and they are sitting at a comfortable 21 points between those first 2 games, keeping that consistency up through the rest of today's games, even getting better results maybe. That's a type of consistency that we're looking for through the full 12 matches that brings them into the top of that leaderboard by the end of these 3 days.
Yeah, and I guess Bigatron, they've been relying very heavily on getting the kill points as well. They've been getting reasonably aggressive, and I feel like they normally do sort of get stronger as the tournament does progress. They are very good at adapting, so I think we'll have some good things to come out of those guys.
Indeed, and it's to see if they can actually continue their way through and keep up that consistency. I mean, if it's what you say is true, right? They get better and better through the rest of the tournament. They start to back up these points like FaZe numbers. Oh man, Bigatron, the back on top. But when you think towards some of these teams as well, who just haven't been able to pick up those points as required, definitely a big surprise, I think, as well, was, yes, we know DEMIGOD, we kind of wanted if they were able to come up. They've not been able to. But Orange are an even bigger surprise for me. Now, Orange, I think, yes, I didn't expect them to be at the very tip top of this leaderboard, but not at the bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, only 1 point between 2 games is not what Orange were looking for. A 16th position, another low result there on Miramar. They are really, really struggling.
I guess when you're forced to take those early fights and you haven't got that confidence up, it sort of snowballs with going out early in game number 1. You haven't got that confidence going to win the fights as you're going into game number 2. So it does make it very difficult with your mindset, if that makes sense. When you're going into those fights, is, am I going to be able to actually pull this one off or not? And when you've got that doubt, it really doesn't make it difficult to pull off big things.
It does make it difficult indeed. And when you look towards, I think, the consistency and the ability to bounce back for these teams to not fall down that trap, I think that is what we need to look at for the likes of Orange, for the likes of DEMIGOD. Yes, you've had 2 bad games, but put that stuff behind you. Now look forward to Erangel on this next map coming up and actually say, okay, yes, we've had 2 bad games, but if we reset, can still bring us back. We can still get these points in the bag. We can still find a way to the top of the leaderboard. It's not too late just after 2 matches. And I think that is also something that has to be said for a lot of these teams down on the bottom, because there is starting to emerge that big gap in between those teams, especially in the top 3 of FaZe, Lit, and Eagle, to when you move down towards the rest of that leaderboard, it does start to dip quite a little bit.
Yeah, obviously the mid-range is fairly uniform in sort of the 10 to 20 points and all that kind of stuff. That's what you'd really expect. I guess the unexpected is definitely FaZe with how much of a lead they have already gained. And look, with how they're playing, they've just got that momentum to just keep going and going and going. They've got the confidence up. And that's sort of really half the battle. So yeah, if the teams can reset down, obviously that have had struggles early on, hopefully they're able to do that. And I think that's what really makes a good player, is the ability to obviously get back up when you've been kicked down.
Indeed, and I think one way to do that could be taking out FaZe early on. Now, FaZe, they have actually been very predictable in where they've dropped so far. They dropped initially through onto boot camp in Sanhok. They dropped over into Picardo, and again, another big location on the map. Now, Erangel, where we looked for those big locations, potentially going to be around George Pole, potentially even down to the south of Sanhok, Military Island. These big locations on the map, potentially where FaZe do look to go. And FaZe actually, they do tend to be a team that drops around the center of the map and tries to expand out in the early game to look for those kills early on when those teams are still in that looting phase.
Yeah, I guess it was all about timing too, as in they saw the fights happening around them and they basically picked the right time to essentially clean up the scraps of fights that had already been sort of on foot already. So they are really showing the ability to pick their times and pick the opportune time of when to take the fight, and it's definitely paying off. It's them leaps and bounds in front of everyone when it comes to kills, and if they can keep those kill points up, that's always going to keep them at the top of the leaderboard.
It is indeed, if we can, of course, see them continue on the momentum. But it is, of course, coming up close to time where we do hit around game number 3 and around Erangel. And for me, looking towards now this third game, I think we mentioned definitely Bigatron team to be able to look at here. Secci is known for being more of a stronger team over on Erangel compared to the rest of those maps. And yes, you would expect it out of every map from the multi-time world champions, but for Bigatron, this is their chance to really stride up into that top 3. They're sitting on the 4th spot right now. You said it definitely is those kill points they are getting, but not quite those placement points completely. They're not quite finding themselves inside those top 5, those top 4, those top 3 spots when it comes overall to that end game. And it'll be interesting to see if we can see them continue to try rise to that top.
Yeah, well, I guess in game number 1, obviously Sanhok, they had such a tough spot to get out of, so you can really forgive them for, I guess, what happened in game number 1.
The quarry zones.
Yeah, it was such a tough spot to get out of. You wouldn't, yeah. It was probably like it was a tiny chance that you were going to be able to get out. You had such an open area that you had to push across with so many teams that were focusing on them. So, yeah, when it comes to Erangel, I think we might be looking pretty good. We'll see how that does fare very soon.
Indeed, and as we obviously, there is a delay on the game, but we will jump into it soon. And nevertheless, though, of course, while you are waiting, keep in mind the giveaway down there below. It will head off as we get into the match. So if you want to scan, if you want to enter into the giveaway, if you are eligible, one of the 7 countries there from Southeast Asia to enter in and win your own EFC merchandise, be sure to do so. But for Secci, we're going into the third match now. Definitely expecting the same out of some of these solid teams. Definitely expecting some of these teams, as we said, to have moved up overall. I think also the other team that we mentioned going into this game, and I think also a dark horse that still definitely could rise to the top. I would actually argue here Blood Legion. Now, Blood Legion, they did actually have a very good game when it came to the first match. It actually resulted in the 3rd place. They had an overall good position and good kills, but that second game wasn't quite their forte. And going into the 3rd one, Blood Legion, they've already surpassed, I think, expectations from where we expected them to be on the leaderboard. And if they can continue, they start to rise themselves into that top 5. There's that playing path. It's going to go down from the south towards the north, be very open once again for these teams to choose exactly where they want to go.
So it looks like we'll see Infinity. They're going to drop early. They're going to drop to Millie Bay. So I guess somewhere that you would consider to be very hot. It doesn't look like they're going to have company. We do have Join Me Yellow as well. Looks like they're actually going to head out to Novo. So they're going to digress a fair way from that flight path and should be able to loot up uncontested.
FaZe as well. They're going to be dropping over to George Pole. Now, we expected FaZe potentially to drop over there, look for teams as well. George Pole often contested. We can see a few of those teams to center around there, but instead they're all going to have to rotate towards that eastern side because that first FaZe zone dips itself over away from the majority of these teams and away from that playing path. And when you look towards that central belt, very, very contested when it comes to those teams around the Roshawk side, but particularly around those school and apartment area. Now, school and apartment, we know how open it can be and how dangerous it can be. A lot of those teams already surrounding that location, whoever can take advantage of that could actually rack up some big amount of kills early on.
I think we'll see some of the teams obviously grabbing vehicles early on, because really that's the hottest commodity when it comes to that area. And you can see DRS, Mafia, and Ninja already getting a run over onto Sharks in from Elite Esports. So we'll get the first blood, I believe, that one, but also a roadkill.
So let's drive them on over. Pancakes for breakfast, dinner, and lunch, all 3 meals a day. I'll take that one. But DRS, they take 1 kill, they keep that momentum going. Now, DRS, we saw them before also start to get these kills early on, but they've also been a team that slightly lackluster, I would argue, when it comes to the very, very late game stages. They've not been quite able to find themselves in the top form of those highest placement points when it comes to the first 2 matches. They actually fell out fairly early when it came around to Sanhok, going for those kills, going for those wide rotations. So they are a risky team when it comes overall to their playstyle. And I think that's something that I would argue is a lot of the playstyle of these teams. Very high aggression, but also very high risk and reward strategy coming through from them. Maybe it is these more consistent teams like we maybe see out of like Lit, out of Stalwart, who are the ones who overtake them. And maybe the likes of then, these teams like DRS trying to change and adapt their style. And we mentioned how difficult that can be if you are an aggressive team, maybe not quite as comfortable to sit back, relax, try focus on positioning and try focus on the macro side of that game.
So we've got, looks like we might be going for a reset, possibly. The information's come through. Oh, hold on, no, never mind. I've actually got that completely wrong. That was that's why we had the delay. Righto. So it does look like DKG, they're going to push out of that school sort of area. They're going to head out from Roshawk to the other north. I do spot out some of the XBBL players moving around. It doesn't look like they are going to take the fight as yet. But Lid, they're just laying and waiting at the moment. Looks like they are actually very split in their positioning and trying to gather a little bit of information.
I mean, Lit already trying to find that position over in the S9. Now, Lit starting off in the S9 Pollyanna, I think that actually sets them off in a good stead, because when you look at towards S9 Pollyanna specifically, they could actually go for multiple options here for Lit. They could first decide to move into zone, like you do see a majority of these teams doing so. Unfortunately for TJB, finding that out the hard way against FaZe. But they could also look to gatekeep over that bridge and actually stop teams rotating for the north side, which is something potentially could be a better option to do and potentially could start to pick up these kills. Now, for Lit, they already do, yes, have a good position. They're not super hungry for kills to back themselves to the highest points of that leaderboard, but they could look to try to overtake FaZe by doing just that and try to catch out some of those teams that aren't as comfortable and try to go for those wide rotations.
We've got TJB. They're set to go head-to-head with FaZe in the earlier stages. Looks like TJB have managed to get a kill on to FaZe, who are very split around south of Georgia Pole. And TJB are looking to push in. This is definitely going to be an interesting fight, as Only pushes up with a nade and looks to get a nade onto Corpaix. Corpaix senses the danger, decides to move on out. Does look like Only will decide to put the pin back in on that grenade.
Can you put a pin back in a grenade? Is that something that's possible, Secci?
I think it is possible, as long as you've still got the what is it, the flipper bit that comes off. I think you can put the pin back in, as long as you haven't pulled it off. Otherwise, you might have a few issues. But that nade was actually looking pretty good.
Yep. Oh man, the TJB, they do look to try and find a wide one there. FaZe clan, they are slightly split though, but we look for the fight. Never mind, that will be TJB finding the first kill. And look at this, FaZe clan now super split 1-on-1.
They are now in a lot of trouble. Ventura's now about to do the dance with Bamboo up in the apartments. But Bamboo is going to go down to Venturas. Venturas now looks to... Oh, he gets another absolutely lasers with the M762. Only now set in his sights. He does go for plenty of pre-fires, but does look like Only will get the reset on it to Manhand. So Ventura's possibly missing the opportunity of going for the push, but no, it looks like they're being forced out. FaZe really fighting back hard on this one. So it looks like we are going to have MS5, or MR5, look to push in and put the pressure on down the fence line. Only gets caught out, does get dropped. TJB now down to 1. Just longs. He spots Victorious, does manage to take him down. MR5, it's a straight 1v1. MR5 pushing right down. He's looking to hunt out. He's going to push in with a DP, and it will eliminate TJB in 16th position.
TJB, unfortunately for them, they just couldn't quite turn that fight on its head, and instead it was FaZe who completely beheaded TJB. A second bad game for them, out in 16th position. TJB really going to feel the pain of that one as they start to slip through this leaderboard at the end of this game. Surely only 1 kill, only 1 point to their name by the end of it all. But FaZe, they had a lot of work to do, revives in, and also in all of that time of the fighting, it's allowed the rest of these teams to also sneakily rotate their way into zone as we expected. Now, around that bridge in particular, teams we said were dropping down onto the South Norfolk Military Island. You can see teams now start to make that rotation up into the zone. And I like this rotation through from Bigatron and also there through from Infinity in particular, because both of these teams are aggressive, looking for those kills, looking for those teams that are willing to rotate through out of that Eastern Bridge up into the zone later on in the game. But Infinity, they're the ones overall with a better position for now, and they're the ones actually overlooking Bigatron. Does look like they do know that Bigatron are there as well. However, Infinity, they are also fairly split, one on the bridge as well, which means Bigatron, they could actually rush this if they do keep all of their members together, and they could catch Infinity by surprise.
It looks like 7C obviously getting a bit of information on Demigods. They are pushing on up. It looks like Demigods are going to run right into the hands of 7C. And we're going to see Wham to get the knock on a True Love with the run over. But Smokey is going to return to the fire and take one down. Wham goes down. Chi does get takes down Smokey though. Smokey unfortunately does get thirsted straight up. It does look like 7C. The tables have been flipped and they are in trouble. Rig now spots out Chi. Does manage to laser Chi. And Demigods now in a little bit of trouble. Just Kevin, I believe, left up. Memo. Looking to mobilise, though. Is he going to roll on out to be the insurance policy? It seems that way.
7C, I mean, they've only got 7 points so far. Biz kills taken down. Demigod putting down the 15th position team even further on that leaderboard for now. However, as we said, it did split very far, and now Demigod, the sun come in for the revive. So actually Demigod, they could definitely turn this fight just like how you saw FaZe do earlier, where you buy time, you find more players together, and actually you can start to pick off the side of 7C, who are trying to go for these wide flanks and try to go for these fancy plays, but the basics, Demigod, sticking together, they're actually the ones who are surviving for now. However, they don't go for the flush in for now, and as you can see, 7C, they're starting to come in from the backside, they're starting to come in from the sides, and Demigod, they are starting to get surrounded.
The Demigod, are they going to be able to hold this one down? I feel like they've sort of... 7C really missed an opportunity there to clean up Demigod. Demigod getting that full reset, I think, is going to be disastrous because they don't have those numbers anymore. And it looks like a Rig is about to be pushed right about now on the other side. Cree pushing right close. Actually pushing past and Rig not giving away his position. It does look like Memo is going to creep on up. Does spot out Kevin, unfortunately, just missed a couple of those shots, and Kevin will only go down to about 50% health. So it looks like Memo's going to change up his... Memo's obviously going to change up his angle, but Rig, he is under a lot of pressure. He's got Wham directly above. Let's continue to rain down fire in his direction. So smoked up nicely for the time being. He's just trying to get himself fully boosted. Demigod, they've got the numbers. They could try and steamroll here, but it does look like they're just going to try and hold put for the time being as 7C continue to push on up.
The 7C, they went for the initial flush. He never found a single pick off of it. So Demigod, they know the positions, they know where the flanks are coming from. So if they can survive these grenades, even more utility used by 7C for nothing. It's actually a 7C who lose the first player in the reset.
And Memo, obviously, how many nades he had? He had 6+ nades that he just threw out. An absolute barrage. But Memo now under pressure, and he goes for the drop shot, but unfortunately he's going to be eliminated by Chi. 7C eliminated in 15th position.
I mean, if we have so many pins, you could make acupuncture out of all of those grenades and all of those pins as needles. But nevertheless, it was the side of DEMIGOD. They were the ones who were puncturing through the hearts of those 7C players, and they're the ones who take the advantage and the win. 4 through kills for them. And for DEMIGOD, this is a massive start and a massive boost to them over on the leaderboard. Yes, we said they're actually only in 15th position right now overall. They've barely been able to pick up any points. They've already picked more points up in that one team fight than they have for the last 2 games combined.
And hopefully that gives them the confidence. Like we've talked about them a lot, but I'm really hoping that gives them the confidence to take the fights and obviously increase their kill points and hopefully maybe get up towards the other pointy end in the other placing, and maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to get themselves in the top half of the leaderboard at the end of this match.
Also, talking about winners of this match, Eagles coming off of a high chicken dinner, coming off of the Miramar with such a strong performance. But I think for Eagles, very much a quiet game, and this is what we expect us to come through from, I think, the majority of this game for now. Yes, we've seen the early kills. Yes, we've seen the early fights from these rotations and teams joining up against other teams, but now it starts to settle, and now we start to reach in this point of the game where it's all about positioning, Secci, where it's about trying to set yourself up for the zone. And as you can see, we are already in phase 3, moving now into phase 4 in the meantime, and this is where we start to also get into the fastest point of the game. So now it's all about how well can you keep that position. We saw Bigatron move in earlier on. You can also see DKG moving in. But for harder times, RSG...
Yeah, eliminated. XP Blood Legion coming out on top of that one.
Blood Legion, they find 4 kills, but never mind. It's also side of DEMIGOD moving up against Bigatron. Up behind them, but DEMIGOD, they go in for the wide first member in for the scouting. The rest of DEMIGOD players behind them. And DEMIGOD, for me, actually, I think we don't need to be too aggressive. Now, DEMIGOD have picked up 4 kills. They're on the edge of the zone. They've got a nice position where teams aren't going to be aggressive and where they're not going to come up from them from. When you think about those southern teams, it was Bigatron, it was Infinity. They've already pushed their way up inside of the zone already. So, actually, the side of DEMIGOD, they got a great shot when it comes to making it to the later phases, when it comes to making it towards those final teams. Much better chance than those caught out in the open on that northern side, coming through from the Asna Polyana Beryl Hills, and Orange really having quite a difficult time when it comes up against even more teams in front of them. DRS, the first contenders ahead.
I feel like sometimes it's time to cut your losses as DRS look to push up. Pov is about to be left behind, it seems, by Sun, and he will manage to push away. But DRS, a little bit of newfound aggression coming out.
DRS, indeed, they're finding some aggression through. They find 1 kill, but we can't quite find the rest. It is the rest of Orange who do make the right decision. Don't go for the revive, go for the survival. And it is also the smokes. Yes, DRS are trying to be aggressive, but they also throw out these smokes in anticipation of teams to actually third party, potentially for Orange to try fire back. And what this actually does is hinder DRS in a way as well, because you can't see through your own smokes as well. So they are going to struggle a little bit, almost find a second knock, but don't quite find the off-angle player of Orange. Barely with a sliver of HP. Skyrim will be able to survive, and that's crucial for Orange as well, to keep that off-angle player, because Skyrim, they're the ones inside the zone, and they're the scout is actually going to be able to set up for Orange now moving into this next phase, as it has gone back over towards the center of Erangel.
I think it was a very pivotal moment there that they knew they needed to move. As in, if they had have stayed there, they would have had a hell of a lot of drama. And I really liked that they did disengage on that one. Sometimes you really do need to just cut your losses when a team is moving up like that, and they were really getting themselves in an aggressive position. They pulled on back, which was really good to see. And looks like they're going to start pushing in towards center zone as we go up to the Yasnaya field.
As Nine Fields, the barrel hole is going to start to be put into play, and both south of those Jazz Nine Fields, so important on the position and so important for teams to try control the compounds going into the barrel holes, into those hills as well. That's where the congestion will start to unfold, and you can see DRS, they move in there and they're already picking up those kills, as well as Blood Legion even picking one themselves up into their own pockets. And this is also where these late rotators, where those teams on the south side, maybe they just wait a little bit longer, wait for these kills to flush in, and then try to take advantage of that zone when it does get a little bit more quiet.
So PN crew taking a pretty interesting spot. It does look like DRS. They've got the sights set on them at the moment. As PN crew taking a relatively center position in the Yasnaya fields. It's obviously such a tough area to play, with the vehicles really coming to play, being able to get the hard cover as you move on in. But DKG, they've got BTR hot on their heels just down to the south. That'll be looking to get a few shots on, but it's going to be Misa. So Eagles now starting to come into play as well, putting the pressure onto Infinity. Infinity really struggling to come in from that southeastern side. We've got so many teams about to third party them.
Infinity, unfortunately for them, they move in a little bit too late. Maybe they struggle to pick up these kills. You can see they just get absolutely smashed into the ground for now. DEMIGOD, Dover wasn't making their moves. They're trying to take advantage of those kills going in. Of A2, they have a tricky position. It's so flat. And these teams who don't take control of the barrel holes, it's so hard to try and find a position, try and find some cover inside the zone. You can see the side of Eagles trying to move in as well to the Yasnaya fields, but only the wheat fields there, the only things that protect these teams.
It obviously makes life pretty tough. The vehicles are definitely going to come into play, but they've already been trashed up. DRS putting the pressure on, but Nam Shim fights back, takes down goals, and will they go in for a push here? No, it does look like they will go for a bit of a reset instead and get that revive. Infinity eliminated in 13th position, so tough match for them in game 3 again.
Yeah, Infinity unfortunately just can't quite find a way in. They make a little bit too late of a rotation. They try going inside a heavy rotation on the eastern side. Yes, they think that, okay, the zone started off in the east, the plane path was in the west. Maybe the west is more congested, but in fact, the opposite was the case. And Infinity just wander their way in and sign their own death deal. As it was Orange who do find more success, so they are the ones inside the barrel holes for now. And inside that open field, also compound, so important. But look who already controls them. DRS, who was able to fend off against Orange. Orange, yes, they found their own spot. But with that extra space, with that extra navigation opportunity, DRS have been able to find a really comfortable position on the edge for now. However, like a lot of these teams, the problem still is the case of they aren't inside the zone. And Phase 5 already, very shortly, going to be on its inclining.
So Luxy is going to get taken down by Orange Sky and Ian. They're really going to get some smokes out. The smokes now popped out, but it looks like it's stored. They're going to be in the sight. So Orange really looking to play that center position to put the pressure on a lot of teams. I feel like we're going to see some pretty high damage coming out of this one. But Sky and Ian, they're just trying to put as much pressure onto pretty much every team as they try and make their way in. So it looks like we'll see Mafia.
They still hold on.
Yeah, so Mafia Ninja. Looks like DRS also in a lot of trouble from PN crew over on that eastern side. But BTR also holding it down. One of those hollow areas. Will they be able to hold that one out? Will zone go in their direction? I think the zone really plays a significant part in a Yasnaya field winner chicken dinner, that's for sure. So Chopper also now moving up as well for Eagles.
Eagles, they're holding on for now. But look around and the congestion of that western side. Yes, it was also congested. Those teams, they saw the congestion on the east. They tried to rotate in through. Bigatron here, Secci, but up against Star Wars, stuck against Orange. Yes, they find a little bit of a position inside the barrel holes, but it is trapped. They are trapped inside the edge. And when it comes to these teams still looking for a way in Star Wars, they have to push, and Bigatron, they know they have to go for the fight.
12 teams remaining, but it does look like Stalwart. They're going to push directly on it to BTR. They do manage to get just in front do find their position inside zone. Tyrant now in the sights of Liquid. It looks like Liquid, unfortunately, is going to get taken down, though. Stalwart in a lot of trouble. Respect now trying to make the move into a zone and will crash into the same position. Unfortunately, he's going to be taken down as well. And that's going to be, or DRS eliminated in 12th position as well. But Stalwart in a lot of trouble with BTR continuing to put the pressure on as they gatekeep.
Oh, well, let's join them. Stalwart going in one by one here, Secci, and unfortunately for them, paying the price. Amateur mistake, not going for the fight, but not going wide enough on the vehicles to rotate into zone later in. And as a result, they fall down, they fall short in the game overall. Oranges, they still got a comfortable position when it comes close towards the center, but that next shift, not comfortable at all for these teams. There's almost all of these teams, all of the players don't find a position inside the zone. It navigates through every single team, and everyone has to move.
So joining me, Yellow. They're actually inside the zone at the moment. They have got that position. Will they be able to capitalise on that, though? It's yet to be seen. Obviously, Eagles looking pretty good as well when you look at the stats on the side. But Pete and crew coming in from the north. What can they do from that position? Stalwart finally eliminated there. They get taken out in 11th. But XB Blood Legion, there's going to be FAZE pushing into those guys. And saying that, Corpax jumping out of his vehicle just a little bit too early. Unfortunately, does get taken down. We haven't seen a lot out of FAZE in this later stage as they come in from that north. But P and crew, they'll be putting the pressure on in just a few moments. Killer! He is living up to his name. Takes down Dat Con. You've got Eagles now under a lot of pressure with a 2 down. And the Thirst coming out. Dat Con eliminated. They will be down at 2 now. As Killer looks to find Chopper.
I'm seeing Bird on the menu and Eagles. It looks like what happened in the first game. You see them here, Secci, lose out one player, lose out on another, and now they start to fall down truly. Yes, they're on the edge of the zone. Yes, they're safe for now, but there are still teams moving in. You still, of course, have PN crew still to move in. Orange not so fortunate. They couldn't survive any longer in the bell holes. The center position now back open, as they will find themselves eliminated in 8th position. Now also 7th is even more fallout of decay.
Big nades coming out from Misa onto Killer. Killer is going to need to move from that position very soon. He's going to do it up on his feet as well. He's not looking to prone this one out. That's confidence for you, and fighting up on your feet like that can definitely be definitely be beneficial when coming up against Snakes, but looks to try and finish off. Eagles Esports are now down at 2-1 as they try to sneak their way in on the eastern side.
It's risky. It's risky though indeed, and you just can imagine how difficult it will be for PN crew to make that rotation in here. Secci, they have no real movement in. Yes, they've got a vehicle to take advantage of, but at this stage of the game, it's just way, way too tight to be able to do so. Everyone would know your position by that moment you drive. FaZe Clan, we said how quiet they were being. They got the points to be quiet, but a different game from them. Yes, they find 6 kills for now. Not quite as many as they were used to out of the plethora they do manage to get by this point in the game, but 2 players alive, they will hold off for now. That zone goes down towards the south side and towards actually the likes of Bigatron Red Alien potentially as well, and towards those teams on the south. DKG gonna benefit the most.
Well, it looks like BTR might actually go for a bit of a heal-off strat with the meds being shared, but DKG looking very strong position-wise. They've got themselves set up nicely. Luxy now in Tiastri's sights. Doesn't manage to get the shots on, but he's saying that. The AWM in play. It's good to see. But TKG, can they take advantage of this position and get those kill points that they need?
But for DKG, I mean, look at their positioning. When you look at the terrain, the typography of it, it's got the dips, it's got the protection from the flat open ground, which all of the rest of these teams are having trouble trying to navigate through. So DKG, they've been gifted a beautiful position by that zone, safe from the rest of those teams who can't actually fire down easily upon them. So DKG, all we have to do is actually realistically wait for the rest of these teams to drop, as there goes another PN crew down to a solo.
So PN Crew and Struggle Town as FaZe now looks to push forward. Ventura's super low as he pushes in. Unfortunately, he's going to be found out by Ocean. FaZe take a uncharacteristically early exit for FaZe out in 7th. Does look like BTR now looking to open the door on to DKG. But they do get found, and we'll see Luxy taken down. So Ryzen now just trying to mow the lawn. Obviously, you're going to get some snakes in the lawn when you've got a Yasnaya field zone. We're down to 11, 5 teams left alive. Who's going to take the dub? Join Me Snakey gets caught out. Join Me Yellow, they've been laying low in that center position, and unfortunately they do get eliminated. They'll go out in roughly 4th position. So DKG looking to get some revives. BTR on the comeback with the Sanhok. BTR eliminated 2 teams now remaining.
2 teams just like that. PNC, they've survived to the end game, but DKG, they're coming up for the cleanup, and it's only 1 member remaining. DKG, this is their game, Secci.
There was no risk being taken getting that revival onto a focus. Now the confidence come up, and they do manage to get that chicken dinner. They got that $500 in the bank, and they'll be happy as Larry.
DKG, my goodness. I mean, gifted the position in the zone. They take, with all 4 players alive, the chicken dinner. They take the kills in the end game. A massive step up from them. DKG moving their way up inside of that top 3, surely by now, with those 36 points now overall on the leaderboard. I mean, a massive lead from them overall, and definitely well deserved from them overall in their position. But a beautiful stuff, I think, also from PN Crew there to survive to that 2nd place. Yes, they lost members. They actually had one of the furthest positions to rotate in from in that zone, yet they were able to snake their way in. They were able to find out the vision of where they were coming in from. With Eagles gone, they had more space to navigate as well, and as a result, they were able to sneak their way into that 2nd position.
And obviously those placement points are definitely going to be very valuable to those guys. They were sort of the middle of the field, and will we see them sort of get towards the other pointy end? We'll find out with the score chart sort of coming up fairly soon. But DKG, they were really just the standout team holding that southern side. They had a little bit of a sort of undulating landscape that they were really able to take advantage of and just seal the deal.
Yeah, it was that dips in the low ground. That's what really set them apart from the rest of those teams. Just the protection gifted the zone. You expect DK to take it. They take it in full force. I think also Bigatron Red Aliens picking up a few kills towards the end. They're up to 7 in total before it did go out towards that end game. But as we look towards the highlights, it wasn't just that end game fighting that was the case. It was the early game fighting. And for TLB, or TJB, should I say, it's a big step down for them. FaZe Clan, the perpetrators of their demise.
It's definitely a tough early exit for those guys. The first 3 matches, hopefully they can get their mindset or get in the right frame of mind for the next one. But 7C's also, unfortunately, they were caught out by DEMIGOD. It was good to see those guys take a fight and win the early stages as well. But BTR, what can you say? They did pretty well in this match. You can see they really are definitely getting that momentum happening, and they're on the comeback, I feel.
The Demigods, I definitely think that they are starting to come back, but they aren't quite able to find all the points that they would have liked. I think they would have been able to survive just a little bit longer. Potentially, if they actually get even more placement points overall. But 7 already as solo coming into the final 6 teams, definitely a massive step up from them overall, even in towards those final 4. Just not quite able to find the final few kills. They fall out short. And nevertheless, it was DKG with those 4 members left standing, kill out the final member of PN Crew, and as a result, do take home that chicken dinner. DKG, no surprise, see them on the MVP of that leaderboard. Tansker also going to be on top with those multiple kills, 4 in total, the highest, only 1 above him, but a damage in particular, 704 damage coming through from them. A massive part of those kills, and that overall team fight prowess that DKG really showed.
Yeah, so DKG, obviously, they more so waited until it was a shorter range fight rather than taking the long range fights. But as we look at the head-to-head between Tiansky and Ventura's, we can see Ventura's taking the early fights, I did manage to secure a few more kills. Obviously, damage is extremely similar on this one. And in saying that, as look at the longest distance of the kills. What's your thoughts on that, Highland?
Yeah, the longest distance, only 89 meters. I mean, it was all close-up combat from the entirety of the game. But Ventura's, for his clan, still no surprise to see them back up on the head-to-head leaderboard, see them at one of the best players, 5 kills coming through from them. I think FaZe clan is definitely the scariest team when it comes through from the amount of kills that they can bring. Still no surprise to see them up at the highest overall with 26 kills after 3 games already. But the damage, even more so coming out from Ventura's. I think for Ventura's in specific, for FaZe Clan, I think next to Corpeix, these two players so impactful when it comes to the damage that these two can output for the squad.
And as we look at the damage chart, obviously DKG are looking very strong in this one. We did have P and Crew that was right up there as well, so pretty much contending head to head in this one. Definitely laying down the law as they were trying to make their way into that zone. But I guess Bigatron not right up there with the damage, but they did manage to get themselves 8 kills in the bag, which is definitely a solid showing. And in saying that, DEMIGOD as well, right up there with the 8, which is really good to see. That's some significant points for DEMIGOD.
Yeah, it does start to shift up the leaderboard, right? It starts to equalize the leaderboard in particular, where we see a lot of these teams around the center very close. I mean, there's only now in between from that 6th position down just towards the 10th position, a 11-point difference, and even less when you actually think towards those in 2nd to then 6th position, 38 points to 29, only a 9-point difference between those top series of teams.
Yeah, so DKG, obviously that's a massive amount of points they got for this one with 24 on the chicken dinner. PNC 21, that's huge for PN Crew. That is absolutely huge. Well, obviously, BTR getting right up there as well is definitely going to put them towards the pointy end, Highland.
Yeah, we said BTR, this was their strongest map, the strongest showing so far. PNC, they had only 8 points going into this game. Now they're sat at 29th. They're in 6th position on that overall leaderboard. And I mean, a big step up, as we said, from them. Another game like that, we start to see PNC even higher inside that top 5, possibly even top 3 by the end of the day. But also, I think disappointing results coming through from those who had been consistent in before, such as Star Wars and Lit, can't quite find the overall position on that leaderboard when it comes to that final game. But also, when it comes towards, I think, Orange in particular, Orange still set at only 4 points at the bottom of that leaderboard. They just can't quite find the magic medicine that needs to be taken in from them. Whatever it is, they need to find it fast, because Orange, they are starting to slip, and unfortunately for them, they are not finding the points that they are required to pick up to be closer up on that leaderboard.
So definitely not unexpected for FaZe to still be in the leaderboard. But BTR now with a huge jump position-wise and up into 2nd spot with 38 points. Obviously, DKG are very close behind there with 36. So BTR yet to get a chicken dinner. But will we see that happen maybe for Game 4? Is how did BTR fare when it comes to Sanhok?
When it comes to Sanhok, I mean, BTR, we've seen them already. They were able to put out a consistent performance. I think the BTR, they have been the most consistent team next to, I think, FaZe Clan throughout today. They have been one of the 2 teams here that have been good in every single game that we have seen them in so far. But Sanhok, a different beast, as we said. Coming into the first game, I think we saw a much more passive Sanhok because teams were respectful. They didn't quite know how they were able to play fully against these teams and what other teams would be doing through the competition. But now that we've had 3 games to see what these teams can bring to the table, start to potentially see a much more aggressive series of rotations coming through, maybe start to see teams hunting down specific locations on Sanhok, like we saw, for example, FaZe in that first game, even on Sanhok, moving out of bootcamp, moving into the center to try search for those kills.
Yeah, well, if BTR were to drop on the phase, that'd be absolutely crazy. So obviously to
But
try
it's
and
dropped
secure,
straight onto boot camp.
yeah, to try and take that lead, because obviously FaZe has still got a pretty significant lead overall, but there's still plenty of games to come. Obviously, 9 games. The tide can really turn in that time, that's for sure. And yeah.
Megatron, no. I mean, definitely looking like the scariest team next to FaZe. Definitely with their consistency. You can see it start to improve. All that is left for Megatron now is a chicken dinner. You can see, of course, still a quick recap before we do head over to the break. But it was, of course, the first 3 games, FaZe in Sanhok who got the first chicken dinner, and then DKG in the third one, and in the second one in between on Miramar, it was also the Eagles who were able to pick up those $500 overall. And if you too want to pick up your own series of rewards, you go scan that QR code on the screen, you go pick up the link, you go sign in the form, and if you are from one of the 7 SEA countries that are eligible, which is Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, and Cambodia, you can enter in to receive your own merchandise from EFC and be put into the prize pool.
And yeah, we'll be back very soon with game number 4 of the Ultimate Warrior Showdown. And we'll see you soon with that setup.
And of course, the Esports Fight Club Ultimate Warrior Showdown, where we've had 3 games so far take place. 1 more to go over on Sanhok. Of course, thank you to our sponsors, nevertheless, PUBG Mobile and Tencent Games, and to our official broadcast partner, Hoya and Nemo TV. In Secci, we just came hot off the press where DKG, they climbed straight back to the top of the leaderboard with a mammoth win over an Erangel. And 1 more game to go. Sanhok is on the cards, and it is up to see if FaZe Clan, they can come back up and take a second chicken dinner on the map, or if some of the other underdogs of the leaderboard can also rise up as well.
Yeah, well, I guess Orange, they started to come into play, but they were just unable to hold down that center position in Erangel. So they started to get themselves more aggressively positioned for the later stages. Maybe we can see them do that and actually sort of pay off in the next game, which that's what I'm hoping to see. I'm hoping to see an underdog get up. So I'm going to be behind those guys.
I mean, when it comes to underdogs, definitely them, but also I think a lot of these teams who were looking like underdogs initially coming now into the fray after that game, the start of PN crew, they shot up that leaderboard when it came to their 21-point games. They had 8 points in the previous 2, an average of 4 points each way. And to come out with a massive win like that, a 2nd place finish, and also now looking into Sanhok, where they can keep that momentum going up, that's pretty scary for PN crew. And also a team that no less is also being fairly consistent overall with their points is actually Bigatron. And Bigatron, people in the chat thought that they would be the top, and I mean, they were right. They were definitely right over the likes of what we expected of what other teams going to topple them. I mean, they're looking really, really steady just behind FaZe.
Yeah, as I said, they threw the first one. That's fine, but we'll throw that one out the window. Let's see how they can handle Sanhok in the second time we head to Sanhok. Can they improve? I feel like that's bound to happen. So will they manage to close that gap a little bit on FaZe? Because it's still quite a significant gap, being 15 points. It's still a long way to come in 1 game, but it's definitely doable if FaZe have a rough time.
FaZe indeed, they have struggled a little bit when it comes to picking up a position in the final zone, but their overall positions and their overall results haven't been bad by no means. I mean, they're already sitting at a plethora of kills after 3 games. They're already sitting at a plethora of placement points, also a win on the board as well, taking home already $500 US with that win on Sanhok. Then, as we said, FaZe, they do look very strong on Sanhok overall. They start out in boot camp, they search for these kills, and it's this sort of aggressive playstyle that comes out of FaZe that we expected, but not quite to the extent that they had brought it to the table. I mean, we look back at their 2nd game, even Miramar, which is statistically a more slow-paced, quiet game. That was their busiest game yet, and they took home 14 kills themselves with that 1 game alone.
Yeah, well, who else? Obviously, Infinity, they looked to take some fights on Sanhok. And unfortunately, every time they've looked to take those fights, they have pretty much been beaten down. Will they sort of change their track? I guess you talked about earlier on how if you change your sort of tack on how, like, your strats midway through in such a short event, it can be detrimental. But with what's not working for them at the moment, is now the time to change in this early stage?
Yeah. I think what's not working for them is their rotations, and their rotations very lackluster when it comes to these late rotations. I mean, you saw them in the previous game. They walked in to multiple teams. Yes, the theory is right that you rotate on the opposite end of the plane path. You come in at the quiet end of the circle, but you can hear the gunshots, you can see the smokes, you can see these players on the ground moving around with the vehicles, and yet Infinity, they drive in on anyways, and they get absolutely decimated. Another bad game from them. And I think that Infinity, from what was looking like a contender for the very top of this leaderboard and potentially even outside the tournament as a more global contender, has really struggled in their own continent of Asia against the best of best teams. And I think also to an extent, actually, we thought TJB would also be another of those contenders, but they also have struggled, Secci.
Yeah, they're relatively low kill counts, as we sort of touched on earlier. Considering that China, half their tournaments and all that kind of stuff really reward kills to essentially go in and have low kills. Like, they've got almost twice the placement points. Actually, it's more than twice the placement points over their kill points. That's really surprising to me that they haven't been able to seal the deal and get some of those kill points on the board. It's they're one of the lower teams, surprisingly enough, in relation to their
TJB.
kill points. It's,
it comes off of what their difficult positions, right? In second game, third game, yes, they picked up loads of points in that first match, but from the first match on, it seemed like a little bit of a lucky fluke, because it's actually the team that we fought from China, the other squad, which was DKG, who weren't as good as stock, have actually now started to come up, and our expectations have shifted completely. It's actually TJB who, even though they were statistically the stronger team over DK, have struggled in today's series of games.
I guess the other one that we sort of really didn't touch much on in Erangel was Join Me Yellow. They did actually look to put themselves in center zone, and they just chilled out. They were there for a while. They managed to sort of hold it down, but they kept their head low and didn't really look to take or to do much damage. And that really sort of surprised me coming out from those guys. But
I think that overall it is a surprise.
Yeah. Right, we're going to take off with the fourth and final match of the Ultimate Warrior Showdown. So it looks like we're going to be seeing Painan being a bit of a hotspot on this one. We do have XBBL Blood Legion that's probably going to have to take the fight early on.
And I mean, when it comes over to actually Blood Legion, they have already lost a player, unfortunately, for them. First blood has already been struck by their opponents, but for the side of Blood Legion, they are in Painan, and for me personally, I think Painan a little bit of a tricky position for them overall, because yes, you take a center position, but you're up against, of course, Eagles. You've got teams behind you as well, and they're already down a player. You don't suddenly have as many options to move around in this early game, especially when it are, as we say, teams behind you gatekeeping. There's a little bit of a restriction. So yes, for now, actually, I think that Blood Legion have a good position and they have potential for good loot. But coming into the next few minutes, coming into the 5-6 minute mark, Eagle, they're going to look a lot stronger. They're going to make it look to press upon Blood Legion over that bridge. You've got teams behind you that you can't escape into as a result. So actually, Blood Legion, they're in a tricky position. They do need to be aware, actually, if they look towards those escape routes potentially going into that 5 minute mark, just to make sure they don't get gate-kept and get taken out early on.
Does seem like XBBL Blood Legion are just going to roll out on this one rather than take that fight with Eagle Esports. So they will push towards center zone. It's probably not such a bad move there either. So BTR up at the north, looks like we do have DRS still in their sights. I think that was Camp Bravo. They both went to land out. Must have been DRS that made it there first for Game 4.
BTR currently searching out their own position, but in their own fight on their retreat, DKG, they did spot away the side of Blood Legion, but they will escape for now, still keep all three players alive. But for Blood Legion, already moving across the map, not quite able to find the most optimal of looting stages. DKG as well, already finding the cars, already finding even more loot into their pockets over on Quarry now as well. And it really does make me fear over what Blood Legion can really do in this game, because when you lose out on your combat, when you start to lose your kills to enemy players, it really does put a dent into your plans, and it puts you a lot of the time behind other teams who are already having successful early games. Yes, they may not be taking kills, yes, they may not be taking fights, but they maybe have a good position, they maybe have a lot of loot. over you. And when it comes to the extended fights in particular, that's where I worry for Blood Legion, because when you don't have the smokes, when you don't have the grenades on hand, you don't have the utility, the healing to take multiple team fights in the late game, you start to really fall behind and you unfortunately kind of shoot yourself in the foot.
So Infinity starting to make their way in from the northern side, pushing, starting off right up at Cow, but it does look like they are going to continue to do a bit of a split loot. I think it was TJB that was very close by. We might see some of their players end up getting picked off. But it looks like Infinity's set to take some early fights as well. But Corpace goes down to P and Cruz Sandesh. That's very interesting.
Man. Infinity, though, risky, considering that they are slightly slipping on this leaderboard to go for these early kills. Maybe placement points would be a bit better choice for them. But nevertheless, inside of our boot camp, it is still going to be FaZe Clan. They start off for now. And on the hillside, you do still see more team starting to set themselves, establish their position overall. But when you look towards actually PN Crew sitting so early on around the hills of boot camp, again, the same problem here. When you look to try to take out teams early on and they not successful ganks onto them, you do start to fall behind on the loot. So for overall, yes, getting the early on aggression, getting the kills is the best way to go if that is your type of playstyle. But make sure you do get those kills, because if you just play around the hills, if you don't actually do anything, you're wasting valuable minutes of this early game. And considering that when Sanhok does reach this phase 4, reaches this phase 5 point, it is going to be so fast paced that you really, as we say, need to be able to stay with the rest of those teams in the sustained game when it comes to those later points.
So FaZe, they've been under fire. P and Crew from above, putting a lot of pressure on there. A little bit isolated in their positioning in the eastern side of boot camp. Ventura's just trying to make his way back to the warehouse, but Sandesh is now pushing into a boot camp. So we may see P and Crew go pretty much head to head with FaZe. That's a big call to make.
Right. This is what we wanted to see, but we wanted to see PN Crew here, Secci. We want to see them move in. We want to see them go for the kills, as we said, right? You don't stand around a hill. You don't do nothing. You don't take a knock and then you leave them to be revived by another member when you don't get anything for it. PN Crew are going in for the assault. They're going in for the kill. And that's what we want to see. However, keep in mind, we do also have Legend on PN Crew away from the fight on that hill. So if Legend isn't able to be impactful and find these knocks in the long range, they are also putting themselves at a deficit being at 3v4 situation.
So we've got Tony K. Does manage to get a good nade onto Uyush, but unfortunately he's going to be taken down by Killer. Yet again, unfortunately, does get thirsted straight up. Venturas and MR5 now the last two standing for FaZe. This is going to be the end of their solid runs in Sanhok. So Venturas pulling it back. It looks like they're deciding that they're possibly going to bail out to the north on this one, even though Zone has gone way down south.
Fortunate for FaZe Clan, but I mean, if you don't roll lucky enough, but you don't find it assassinations, you don't stop PN Crew from entering into your compound, you just have to face the consequences of that. And FaZe Clan, they're feeling that in full capacity. PN Crew, they've sent all of their team down now into the compound to double up their efforts. And as we said, that zone shifting down, even more centralizing to that south end. And more importantly here, not boot camp as the main compound, but Painan still the center of the zone. But both Eagle, Blood Legion, they have actually left the compound, so it's open for the taking. And when you look towards Painan in specific here, actually, Secci, it could be very impactful on these teams to take up mantle on that compound early on, purely also because it's a bridge through into the other island and joined up by that main bridge as well. Those are the 2 points that I would argue are really the most impactful spots that teams should be looking to take.
For sure, obviously, just south of boot camp on the hills where P and Crew is a very significant area, but it looks like Venturas is going to be forced to go head to head with P and Crew as they do push in. He takes down one, but unfortunately, it's just going to be a simple trade-off. MR5 now the last one standing. FaZe eliminated in 15th position. Tough match after such a strong match in game one.
Yeah, that's going to be FaZe joining through. Blood Legion down 16th, 15th positions respectively. And DKG also sussing out their own potential fight here as well, as they are around a quarry, surrounded by multiple teams. But around a quarry, as we know, is slightly dangerous. You do see, of course, multiple teams in front and behind. But for the side of Orange, I think this could be a very impactful opportunity for them. Orange sat currently at the bottom of the leaderboard here, Secci, and for taking out one of these DKG members, they just don't quite have that aggressive mentality to really punish through. I mean, DKG, they were allowed to actually escape with that one for now. They will finally find a kill, but that could have been a lot cleaner.
Could be, but let's see how this fight does play out. They've got one down in front at the moment, so they do have that numbers advantage. They are definitely looking to turn up the heat, though, as they push forward. They got the knock. They've sort of chilled back, though, at the second. I guess now's probably the time to start moving forward. It's not, you don't really want to be as stationary as what they necessarily are. You can see Popov is pushing out to the north to try and get a bit of a different angle on, but you really need to capitalize on those kills. And saying that, they have managed to get themselves one kill in the bag so far. And looks like they're pretty content with that for the time being.
Orange will pick up one kill, open up a little bit more room for themselves. I mean, Orange really are in quite a tricky position on the edge of that quarry. No way to really move back into it. You've got DKG up in front, still a three-man team with the advantage of the compound. So it is going to be Orange, I think, for now. Just kind of figuring out what they want to do, where they want to decide to move, because, of course, Quarry is still going to be on the edge of this Phase 2 shift as we do also head our way through into the next phase. And as Phase 3 centers up to a new location, this is where we also maybe see these teams start to really move in their own locations closer into the map, because depending on where it does shift, if it does centralize over to the side of Painan, over towards the bridge, again, the point that we make earlier stands, where looking over the bridge, looking over Painan is the most beneficial of locations, possibly the bridge slightly better, because Painan, you assume as a player, it could be taken already. But for the side of a hard shift, potentially towards the side of DKG, Orange, that's what they're really praying for here. An opposite shift would definitely hurt Orange immensely.
Would so we still have DKGs waiting this one out, trying to spot out Orange. As Zone actually goes in between Bootcamp and Quarry. So Quarry's still in play. We could end up heading back there, Highland.
Heading back, but look at a center compound indeed, and it's also to see if teams will look to try take that center, because of the fact that that center is still on the low ground, and around that actually I would argue is even more impactful locations, because when you think about Sanhok, I would actually argue at this point in time the information is the most important tool in your arsenal. And to be looking at that high ground around Bootcamp Hill, you've also got the likes of those hills just overlooking Quarry as well. So that's where these teams really need to be looking out for, in particular on their positioning. For Orange in particular, they could look towards those Quarry hills, but again, they are feeling the pain of DKG keeping a pin on them, and as long as that zone stays with them, DKG continue to pin Orange, and Orange continue to suffer and fall behind in this game. RSG, though, a team who have fallen behind a little bit when it comes to points, looking at over potentially some of the members of Eagle, but they already are down a member, have a member knocked, and as a duo, have even more squads around them.
Yeah, so I think they were looking to turn up the heat on this one, because they actually went up against 7 at C as well. They managed to get a knock on 1, but unfortunately, they did have Kim and Co go down, and will get thirsted up. They were a split. And they're now going to be with lower numbers as we progress into the later stages, which is obviously not a real place that you want to be.
I mean, you can see, right, that Kim was looking to try and control the bridge. They were trying to look for what we said earlier, which was catch teams on their rotations inside the zone. But you can't do that when the side of RSG, they go for a 2-1 split. Yes, it might have been a 2-2 initially, but they don't commit to a full-on play. And as a result, when you play half at it, you don't actually get anything as a result in it. You run the risk, as we can see now with RSG, of losing both decisions what you decided to take initially. 7C, they're the perpetrators of that demise of RSG, and 7C, in their own right, do also need to pick up a lot of points. Coming out of Erangel, they lack the aggression to take out DEMIGOD, got punished for it. And now this is a chance, this opportunity to rise up and show us that aggression. It is certainly required. It's RSG still a two-man squad and have the cover advantage.
And that blue zone now hot on their heels as well. They're going to have to fight on their feet as they do push on in. It looks like 7C will opt to take that coastline and might actually be able to get in front of RSG, which might really give them a significant advantage.
RSG, they don't have the vision though right now. You can see that they are looking, but that third party peak is finding no one for the meantime, and they're both now engulfed inside the blue zone. Need to move up even further north. Phase 4 already going to be shifting in, but look, it's actually even more inside of a lit. They are going to be moving in straight on to JM Yellow, and unfortunately for them, they are feeling that pain. Lit, they take down 3, they take down 2 overall. 1 extra knock for the good measure, and 7C as well on the run. These bridges really starting to turn up the heat.
It's surprising how many teams are getting their troll on underneath the bridge. But Turu Love now getting spot out as RSG do finally start to move forward. They really need to get a move on. Still 620 metres outside of zone. That is a long way when it comes to Sanhok. It looks like Eagle on the south. We've got a chopper just waiting this one out and saying that they're under a lot of pressure. We've got 2 currently down at the moment. 7C's also still looking to push up, but they do lose Memo. It's going to be Chopper that does manage to take Memo down. They'll be looking to get that revive on just outside of zone, but not too long until this next phase starts. Closing in, which obviously they need to get that revive straight up.
That could be used grenades.
Oh, that beautiful nade.
Finds a knock.
Chopper takes down Memo. Fear. Now last one standing for 7C. So we'll have BTR, they're now starting to come in play. Looks like they're actually stuck on the other side of Quarry as well as this zone closes. And what have we got? 500 metres. That is such a long way to push in.
Orange are still stuck inside the Quarry. There's nowhere to go for them. They're getting exploded into oblivion. Bigatron Red Aliens, they find the targets. Bigatron Red Aliens, they move their way through, but they also take a knock back in return.
We're going to have Sunshine now with his sights set on Ryzen. Zuxi is down for BTR. Just don't know if that revive's going to come. No, it doesn't. They do get the thirst. Ryzen also does get finished. BTR eliminated in 14th position as Orange secure themselves a few more kills. They're up to 5 so far. Great to see.
Oh man, Orange, they take down the second place team. They're in last, but it's certainly not looking like it anymore. Orange, they have stepped up and they are making moves in the final 4th game. Orange, what can they keep on doing, though, to make sure that they boost themselves as high as possible going into the second day? There's still a mountain climb for them. We still need those placement points too. DKG in the blue zone as well, trying to fend off against Eagles, trying to fend off all of these players on the south side. As that zone relentless keeps on its northern path.
Do have a DKG just trying to get in front of that zone. It's just Ocean now left up as he moves forward. He's looks like he's going to run in Stalwart, though. That could be very problematic. He spots out Respect, gets shots on, does manage to get the knock. Stalwart, they'll be coming in from the high side, though. That could be extremely problematic, but it's going to be a third party that will put the pressure on the DKG and eliminate him. Demigods securing another kill.
Demigods are still looking strong in their own right. They got their compound in the center. We said how strong it would be, but phase 5 continues its shift up, potentially even more. His phase 4 will come to an end, and we reach the hardest, the fastest point of the game. Demigod, they keep themselves in the zone for now, at least half of the squad are from outside, continuing to gatekeep away. Still Stalwart, still Eagles trying to move their way in. Stalwart as well, needing a good position, but they just can't quite find it. Only 3 kills and eliminated down in 12. That's all they'll grab. There's TJB as well, down to just 2 members.
So TJB under a lot of pressure at the moment as they try to get into this next zone. They'll be working out how to get in. They do have DRS directly in front. Obviously, DRS are down to just 1 Mafia Ninja. Last one standing only, trying to provide some information to his teammates whilst down. But Bamboo now looking to move forward. He's trying his best to get shots on to Mafia Ninja, but just Mafia Ninja living up to his name, just hiding in the hollow, pretty much invisible to TJB. Obviously going to be forced out and will be forced to push forward now. But TJB now getting caught out on a revive. We'll see one go down.
Beautiful, beautiful knock coming through from DRS for now, but then it's not quite done yet. You've only got 3 med kits as well, and stuck in phase 5. There is no way out. Mafia Ninja's gonna have to hope that he can survive. Gonna have to hope that he can pick up a few more kills. Looks like he might just take one with him. TJB gonna wind down to another kill going towards Mafia.
The Orange losing another as well, but we can see in the distance, PN Crew still 4-man strong. Sanjesh outside in the blue, it seems, as his health losing some big chunks. Does manage to get a heal on in time, but Mafia Ninja now looking to last out just that little bit longer, pumping those first aids into his arm. So TJB
DRS.
in the same direction.
Oh man, DRS having to survive the route of healing for now. They have got to run into the zone. They're trying to go for the flank, but that zone Hink is quite good enough. Looking for the loot, looking for even more healing. But that zone going to take them down. Orange as well, going to succumb to the zone. 8 kills is all. They're going to grab an 8th position. It will be actually 9 because there go TJB in 8th as well with 2 kills. 7th as well as RSG will fall to down to just 6 teams, just like that, Secci. And side of Demigods, they're holding on to the zone, they're holding on potentially to this win, but can they hold on to it where they couldn't in the past? We saw them take the zone in the first game. They couldn't hold on to it then. They had to do it once again.
That positioning, though, they are looking really good. PN Crew, they're going to be forced to fight on their feet as they do push in from that northern side. It's going to be Infinity from above. That could be the real thorn in the side, but Lit also in the front of Infinity. So the sight lines are definitely going to be split. They're going to be fighting on multiple fronts. To have Nuzi now taking some big shots on the Lit. He's caught out in the blue. Will need to get into zone very shortly, but unfortunately is going to be eliminated. That is going to be Infinity taken down in 6th position. 5 teams remaining, 14 players left alive.
The best. Oh man, PN Crew though, look at him go. Look at PN Crew down on the south side. There's too much pressure. As the rest of the teams move also down southwards.
So Demigod really needs to get a little bit more proactive. Demigod really need to get a little bit more proactive in their positioning and being able to get angles on these teams as they do push in. And they're just going to be just inside zone, I believe. But PN Crew also pulling a zone on this one. We've still got a couple of teams going for a bit of a heal off outside of a zone. So DRS still going for that heal off. Should be able to get definitely got a few more positions. But Mafia Ninja, you can see he's got down to 4 first aids, so not long to go. Can he pull another position for the team? PN Crew,
he's putting out so many points. He's pulling out so many points here, Secci, and it is brilliant for DRS, who needed these placement points in the board. Already looking at 6 at least, potentially 8 if another team drops. Starting to rack them up in dividends right now, but side of Demigods, they are trying to hold on, but here they left the zone to the rest of the teams. They've allowed Lit. They've allowed also PN Crew entrance in.
Demigod now really struggling as PN Crew positioning themselves split on such a small zone. Pro 7. Join me, Yellow. He's going to be eliminated in 5th position. 4 teams now remain as Lit also look to take control of the zone. Putting so much pressure on PN Crew. PN Crew eliminated in 3rd. It's going to be Demigod going up against Lit Esports. Lit looking pretty good at the moment. They've got 1 down. Demigod pretty much pinned in 1 single position. Wham, unfortunately, does get thirsted up. Kree is going to be last one standing. Kevin now back up on his feet. We can see Hua Jin now looking to push forward. We'll get a heal on. Demigod, Kevin, and Kree. Let's see what they can do. Can they pull this one out of the bag for Demigod? This is something they needed. It'll get them the motivation they need to go into the next couple of days and possibly get towards the top of the leaderboard. But Lit.
Look at Shazino.
Oh, beautiful angles coming out. Kevin now last one standing. They do push hard, and Kevin gets eliminated. Lit Esports take the dub for game number 4 of the Ultimate Warrior Showdown.
Ultimate Warrior Showdown. Decided Lit. They come up clutch. They take down the victors of the final game. PN Crew, they had nothing left to Shazin's sideways rotation, flank round behind, take them down, eliminate them out of existence. I mean, Lit they've been looking good all game here, Secci, all day, should I say. And by golly, was it the penultimate game that they deserved, if any team, because they now boost their way back up to the top of the leaderboard, and it's top of the leaderboard with FaZe going out early, with Bigatron going out early as well. It's really starting to get pretty tight up there.
Definitely is. I guess the thing that we probably haven't touched on a lot either is how consistent they've been throughout all 4 matches. They have been super consistent, and I think that's going to show on the leaderboard as we go into the replay. So obviously, FaZe going out in the early stages was a tough match for these guys. It's going to be interesting getting the 0 point match where they end up standing on the leaderboard after this one.
Yeah, definitely going to be a hard game for them to come back from. And at least for FaZe, though, they do have the silver lining of the fact that they did have such good 3 first games. They were able to pick up also a chicken dinner themselves. I think for also decided to join me yellow, really a hard time for them indeed. They looked like they potentially could bring up something when it comes to their points at the start of the day, but have just been struggling in Erangel, struggling again in the side of Sanhok for the 4th round, as well as Eagles once again struggling too.
Obviously, BTR taking a relatively early exit in Sanhok, so it's definitely one of the weaker maps. But today is the only day that we will see a double Sanhok. Obviously, we're not going to see it again over the next couple of days. So obviously, that's going to help them get a few more points on the board, I'd say. But as you can see, Elite just towards the final stage, just absolutely dominating the teams that they did push their, or essentially barge their way into zone. They got the nice little angle, and then they just obviously clean sweep. GG's Esports.
Would not be surprised to see Shazin as the MVP of this game. Yes, there it goes. Shazin appears on the MVP player. Brilliant stuff in the end to close out Bad Chicken. And then 6 kills to their name as well. But 6 kills, only 538 damage. I sensed a little bit of kill stealing here coming through from Shazin. Apart from that, absolutely big brain play towards the end. That, of course, won them that chicken dinner victory. About $500 for their win as well. And when you look towards actually even inside of PN Crew, getting another 2nd place on the board, that's going to really, really help them overall, because PN Crew, they have also looked fairly strong, but not quite as strong, I would argue, as what was the best game so far when Orange were in their prime, when we were starting to get these kills in that mid game. Oh man, did Skynet do some work. 4 kills for his team, already 685 damage. I mean, to take down Bigatron on their path down to Quarry once again, to take their revenge, to take what was their best shot at those placement points as well. The best game that Orange have had so far today. Yes, they're going to need more games like that, but it's a start.
And it's not only obviously getting the 4 kills, but 3 assists as well. So definitely putting in a ton of work in this match. Is this going to be the start of Orange starting to get their momentum? Will we see them come up in day 2? Hopefully that's something we can see. As we'll check out the kill and damage chart. So you can see Orange right up there in amongst this one, which is, yeah, it's great to see. And 8 kills. So we
Orange,
do have...
They take 8 kills. Right. And as you look towards the rest of these teams as well, I mean, they're the other team up on board with those 9 kills. But for a lot of these teams, it was actually fairly quiet. And I think indeed the side of Infinity doing a lot of damage compared to our teams, but only 1 kill translating in. You see Blood Legion also doing a little bit of damage, as well as FaZe there. And also both of them picking up 0 kills. Even Bigatron, only so many points and only so much damage they were able to do getting caught on that Quarry side. I mean, definitely, yes, there is a big spikes in teams, but it was very one-sided to some of those teams compared to the rest, who really, really did not find any damage nor kills in that final game.
Yes, the one I'm pretty happy about also is Eagle Esports have really found their footing, but Lit with 24 points in game 4. That's going to do some amazing things, I feel, to the overall scoreboard. But this is the game 4 scores for the time being. Obviously, yeah, DEMIGOD. That's a massive amount of points as well, considering what they had previously I think they've pretty much essentially doubled their points they had after the first 3 matches just in this final match. And P and crew, they're on a bit of a roll as well.
I mean, Demigod straight up when they look towards their, as you say, rightly so, doubling the points that they got in just the first 3 matches as well in this one match alone. They've definitely looked so strong when it comes to the final points of this game. Also, you see their PN Crew, DRS alongside Orange in that top 5. All teams that weren't necessarily at the top of the leaderboard, and that's why we say it has so much centered up between all of these teams overall. And as we do look towards that overall leaderboard and the standings, we can see DRS, they move their way up, as well as Orange with that good result. But also you have to see the opposite of that, Blood Legion and the rest of them moving down. TJB as well, moving down even further to 12th place with another bad game coming out from them.
Mate, it's super surprising to see the results for at the end of day one. Essentially, it's been absolutely a roller coaster with the teams that we thought would have got on top. They're in struggle town at the moment, but Lit managed to take that top spot at the end of day one and knocking FaZe off their perch with a 5-point lead.
Man, Lit, they deserved it though. They take the consistency. Yes, they had a little bit of a dicey game 3, but they brought it all the way back in game number 4. I think also to an extent their PN Crew, not even one chicken dinner, but also taking home a position inside that top 3 by the end of day 1 as well. And overall, I think actually the most consistent team here has been, in a way, between both PN Crew and Lit, with that, of course, big, shocking exit out from FaZe Clan in that 16th position in that final game. Was their one bad game that they've had, but as well as we say, 53 points through from FaZe in just 3 games to still secure them a 2nd place finish overall in today, despite one game earning 0 points. That shows you the dominance that FaZe can be as a team if they can start to get rolling. If they're allowed that tendency to get out of their stunning compound and start to roam around the map for these kills, they really look like a scary team.
Yeah, I think when I guess they were in really defensive positionings when PN Crew were pushing them. I feel like they're obviously a lot stronger when it comes to their aggressive side of the gameplay, not so much about trying to hold the compounds. And I feel like maybe they should try and stick to the aggression side.
Definitely, indeed, right. And when you look towards, I think, the aggression side, you also have to look at what we see coming from some of the surprise teams, which was, as we said, Lit and also PNC. PNC more so, though, for the fact that they didn't get a single chicken dinner. I think that when you look over at the amount of kills that we're getting, still in that 20-point range, yes, there are actually a number of teams picking up those amount of 20-point range. And when you look actually even further on that leaderboard down, you can actually see that it is a majority of these teams that are taking the or a handful of these teams that are taking the majority of these kills, should I say. When you think about FaZe, when you think about Lit, PNC, the likes of BTR, and of course Eagles, these 5 teams, DKG to an extent as well, picking up the most kills, and the rest of the lobby being starved out by not picking up those kills and missing out on that opportunity. And that's why you start to see some of these teams really rolling ahead more than others.
Well, I guess the other one that's probably not been as consistent but right up there is Eagle. They're still definitely a contender.
Yeah.
I'm definitely keen to see how they do go tomorrow. Obviously, they had a couple of tough matches, but when they were able to sort of get their feet moving forward and start trolling off and actually get into a zone, not having to take those early fights, they definitely showed some big potential.
I mean, when you look towards Miramar, I think that's definitely looks like Eagle's strong spot overall. I think they did slightly struggle when it came over to Sanhok, not quite their map. I think similarly in that top 5 there, you had to also look at Bigatron. Is also Sanhok being quite a difficult map for them. Erangel being their more favored map. And when you look towards tomorrow's game and, well, who that does favor, it is going to be 2 Miramar games. And also the fact that the side of Eagles, that is the strongest map, should I say, and as a result, potentially Eagles, that is their chance to sign, because Lit, yes, they had a good result there. Yes, also FaZe had a good result there, but it wasn't quite to the extent that Eagles were when they started to really ramp up around those compounds in the late game.
Yeah, well, I guess probably the most surprising one though out of the whole deal for me was TJB with how strong they were in PEL. It's, I guess, a massive drop, sort of being very low mid range in the points, and very low in the kills as well. It's a
Right.
very surprising thing to see.
I think in as well, the side of Infinity was the other team we mentioned when we look back at the start of the day and we said, well, the 4 teams that we looked at the top of the leaderboard is Infinity, the side of FaZe Clan, then the 2 Chinese PL representatives of both DKG and side of TJB, excuse me. So the fact that DKG didn't look so hot in the first 2 games, TJB looked like they were the ones that were going to take the top spot after that first game, which was very good from them. A slightly difficult second game, but they still picked up points there as well. And actually, as a result, DK coming in that third game was such a big win. Yes, the sun was gifted to them, but they kept that momentum going into the 4th game. And that also speaks to me about the importance of momentum coming through from these teams and how that does play a key factor in some of these squads overall. Because DKG, a team not looking so good, managing to raise the momentum, managing to get more points even in that 4th game. But TJB, as soon as they started to drop down, they really dropped down. I mean, in that 3rd and 4th game, quite dire times for them.
Yeah, it was definitely a massive struggle town towards the end for those guys. Is there anyone else we want to have a touch on quickly?
I think as well, the one team that we really had to touch on that we've not really mentioned here is actually 7C as a team who, yes, they're down on the leaderboard, but I think have shown some signs of promise when it, especially when you look towards that Erangel game, you think of that 3rd match, you started to surround over demigods. But I think they lacked the aggression. And the aggression is what we want to see and what we questioned coming out of some of these teams if they were able to keep up to the aggression levels that others in Asia were going to bring to the table. In 7C, they are a more passive team. Maybe they like to go more for these placement points. Can see they do have more overall placement points than kills. But either way, both these stats, they're still not good. Only 13 points after 4 games.
Yeah, that's a long way to get back up to the top, 40 odd, 45 points. They're going to have to make up to be able to just try and catch up to the other top spot. It's they're going to need to see some big things coming out tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah, indeed. And as well, when we look towards, I think, overall of these teams, I think that actually more so what interests me is looking at how these teams will be able to adapt over day 2 and day 3. Because yes, you can have a good first day of the games, and yes, you can get in a way lucky. Maybe we actually see the side of Lit fall down in tomorrow's games or 3rd games. Hopefully not, but maybe we do. And maybe we start to see some more teams that are more consistent overall start to really rise up on the table. And I think actually for looking at those consistency of teams, I think Eagle have been one of those underdog squads overall. Yes, we mentioned them already, but considering they're still in that 4th position, actually what was after very 2 difficult 2 games of Sanhok now not going to be a double day. We've got that out of the way. In Eagle, they looked a lot stronger, as we say. Miramar coming up next on tomorrow. 2 games at Erangel where they still looked like they had some promise. And I think from now on this point, Eagle, if they really want to start ramping up momentum, day 2 is definitely the way that we look towards them rising up. But also, I think we have to be very wary that, again, if they can keep that momentum up, it's good. But as well, teams start to tend to lose their momentum if they start to lose out on one game. And that is what I worry about, especially when we look at FaZe as well, falling down to 16th position. If they can keep up that momentum, if they can continue also to be able to defend in team fights rather than just be a team that roams around the maps and preys on teams that aren't quite as skilled in team fights early on as them.
Yeah, well, I guess being such a new team as well, do you think they'd be more inclined to be more adaptive rather than set in their ways? Because we haven't seen a lot from these guys. I believe they formed in sort of January this year, so it is a really new team. But do you sort of feel that would be the case that they're probably more on a sharper learning curve because they've obviously got to catch up? Obviously, these team players would have played in other teams and times. I'm sure they've got plenty of experience, but maybe not so much together. If that sort of makes sense.
I think that overall it is a little bit scary for these teams to look at when it does, as you say, look towards experience. Some of these teams definitely do look a little bit outclassed when it comes to that experience over each other, and some of these teams do just have the better results and there's better team fighting. However, as we say, consistency is key, and I think overall we do have to look at who will be consistent, especially going into tomorrow's games. If anyone can rise to the top, if anyone does fall, or who in the middle maybe can keep that consistency up, and slowly but surely, as a result of the fall of those above them, start to work their way up towards the top of the leaderboard. And I think overall we do have to keep in mind, as we say, also to not just the players and what they can win as well, but also what you guys can win at home. And for the final time, as you can see as well, on that QR code down at the bottom of your screen, you go scan that with your phone, and whatever you want to scan it with, and then you go open up the link, you go sign in the form, and you entered it in to a merchandise giveaway officially by Esports Fight Club. And of course, unfortunately, though, for all of you at home, it is only open to 7 SEA countries, which is going to be Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, and Cambodia. But if you are in one of those countries, good luck, and hopefully you win some of that sick merchandise that EFC had to offer.
And obviously, we won't be here tomorrow. We're going to be, or you guys are going to be joined by a couple of other living legends, Maxman and Imperium.
Indeed. So we'll sneak our way up, and we will be back with you, of course, on day number 3, the final tournament on the 7th. But for the tomorrow, same time, same place, over on the Esports Empire YouTube channel, it is going to be, as we say, Maxman Imperium hitting us up. But nevertheless, it has come to the time, Secci, to say goodbye.
Thanks everyone for watching.
Wow.